Welcome, everybody, to the VAIL VRML Season 4 EU Losers Bracket. We are almost into the grand finals, technically the semifinals of the EU region in our double elimination tournaments. Well, I was going to pay the cat tax early, but he ran away. A exciting couple of matchups ahead of us today. Two best of fives to determine who our number one team is in the EU region. For those just tuning in, my name is Nightfire, and it's been 12 weeks of regular season gameplay where these teams have battled out against each other, competing against each other every week, going up or down in the regular season ladder, and eventually we take the top 10 teams, I think we took the top 12 teams from that regular season ladder and put them up against each other in a double elimination bracket, which has been going on for 3 weekends. It's been incredible action back and forth. A lot of really solid teams coming in out of that with, Ascendancy and obviously Vanguard Gaming, Relentless EU, DNA, a lot of other great squads that put up a lot of fantastic matchups. We're seeing a lot of good replays here from both the NA and EU region on the screen. And it's been a fantastic showcase to watch. All of these teams competing for that first place spot where the number one team wins a custom designed skin that's sold in the in-game store, and a portion of the revenue is given to the winning team. And so it's a really cool sponsorship provided to us by Axe Labs, the developers of VAIL, and we really do appreciate VAIL and Axe Labs and everything they do for us, everything that they brought to the VAIL space, the VAIL ecosystem, all the new players that have come in. We welcome everyone that's joining us and hopefully stopping by for some good gameplay today, because yesterday was incredible. Some really close matchups, 2 best of 4s that we tuned into, and I think we're going to get a lot more of that this afternoon. As we do prepare to dive into our first best of 5 today. Again, losers bracket best of 5. So winner here moves on to battle against Ascendancy, who is undefeated right now in this bracket. I'll go ahead and let the teams know that I'm ready when they are, and we'll be diving into the action soon. For those curious on the best of 5 format, with 2 teams and 5 maps to choose from, one team bans a map, the other team bans a map. Home team picks mapper side, away team picks mapper side, home team picks mapper side, and then if you get to that 4th map, because we've banned 2 maps, then you pick from the banned map pool. So if we go to a 5-map best of 5, what that'll mean is that we have all 5 maps in the map pool getting played out. That means Cliffside, Frio, Suna, Miru, and Kitty, which you really don't see a lot of anymore these days, all potentially being played out if we go the full distance in a best of 5 series. On top of this, if we do get into that grand finals matchup and we do see Ascendancy lose their first best of 5, they do get a bracket reset. I believe that is still what we're playing for. If I'll be able to commentate on that, I don't know, because NA Grand Final start at 2 p.m. PST, so we'll see where we're at. Either way, we're ready to dive into action to start off our afternoon, evening, or morning if you're just tuning in here. And it's going to be on Suna Day to kick off the opening of our best of 5 series, the losers bracket, the do or die matchup here. Winner has a long day ahead of them, quite frankly. 2 best of 5s, maybe. I mean, in theory, 3 if they want to win the whole thing, and that is not easy. That's a lot of VAIL. So we'll see what we get as we get ready to dive into the action. We have Vanguard Gaming EU. We have Relentless EU, and I think I have the sides right now. Let me double check. Yes, that's accurate. A big B opener here. A little pistol round to get our juices flowing as Tabs flies out to shut down Scanner. 4 alive on defense. Gooblin left alone. Vanguard Gaming not rolling out strong out the gate. We didn't have much time to look at it, so we'll take a look at the end of this round. Gooblin with a nice connection there On to Tabs, taking him to half HP. Has to push that way to get Scanner. Is anticipating that there's going to be a flank coming around behind them because we've seen so much aggression out of these top tier teams when they start to gain the advantage. That's pretty standard, actually. There's not a whole lot of need for the aggression, though, considering the Scanner is down. So it's actually Relentless EU showing that they're really respecting Vanguard Gaming, really respecting Gooblin. And Tabs gonna pick up the final kill to lock in the first round for Relentless EU. Quick look at the matchup history. This Relentless EU squad almost undefeated in the regular season, 11-1. Vanguard Gaming right there with them in the regular season, 11-2. And I didn't think that I'd be casting in the losers bracket the number 1 and number 2 seed. But Ascendancy knocked both of them down here, which is pretty dang impressive. No, they knocked 1 and 3 seed down, I think, and then let me pull the bracket up. It was a long day of casting yesterday. We're getting into the action, and the push is not over at B, where there's only gunshots from afar. It's most certainly coming towards A, and already a couple of picks getting scooped up here as the smokes dissipate. Accurate. Gonna try and push out for this retake. Nice swing from Kawaii Angel. Does catch the Scanner down. And a nade from Kawaii Angel. Catches Gooblin out. Celebratory knife to the face to celebrate. 2 points into Relentless EU's defensive pocket. And early on Suna here. Going here short. A nice nade to the back of Kawaii Angel that doesn't catch them. Frenzy Killer catches Tabs. Kawaii swings wide to scoop up Gooblin. Meanwhile, Knock finding accurate. Scanner does get picked up, and B-side push continues. Not for long. Billiams here. Finds one. Looks for 2 more. 2v2 on site. Billiam really the only one holding the high ground now, though, as they drop off. Kawaii Angel tucks into short B, and ooh, a nice pickup from Abita down the long angle. Does put Mott all alone in a 1v3. Scanner in their hand at least, but they're very much committed to this B site now. One lovely flash that I believe caught Mott out there, allowed Billiam to swing wide, and a nice opener for Relentless EU. They're not going too fast on these wins, so I don't feel like they're settling into an overly quick rhythm that is going to be unsurmountable by Vanguard Gaming. But it is also early rounds. Right down the middle, catches one. Accurate trying to hold down the rotate out. What a bounce nade off the sidewall there. A perfect bank that catches Mott. Abita going to be up next on the short corner. It's smoked out very nicely. The dive into the smoke doesn't pay off. Going to try and get the nade over the top to Abita, but Abita is still a threat here on the corner. Minimizing their exposure. A nice nade lobbed over the top. Doesn't catch any. Flash to stop the A-site plant. Not coming in quite yet. Scanner, matter of fact, is dropping off of A and watching for the flank from behind. Billiam a little concerned about this B-side push, and it is drawing Billiam away from A towards B, and I wonder if maybe Scanner is going to shift back towards A. Or Robert Tasm's going to drop back towards A, one or the other. Maybe we're going to go to B. 2v3 either way. 2v2 at most if they choose a objective and work together. 1v2 right now for Robert Tasm, so pushing in at disadvantage, trying to clear out the scanner for their teammate to push in, but it does not work out. Frenzy is now alone. Half HP and pushing towards A site. They know a defender is there. Abita hears the footsteps, peeks out, catches the kill, and Relentless EU are being relentless in their pursuit of these early points. And I say early because it's 4-0 on Suna. I feel like we've seen some teams kind of come alive late stage in these rounds. Definitely need something here from Vanguard Gaming if they want to try and stop the bleeding at the very least. It's not, you really need 2-3 points at the end of the day, and there's 8 rounds to get it, so when it comes to that side swap, I think there's an advantage to defense, but also you look at a team like Acer who played yesterday on the NA side, I think maybe they even play a better offense, so hard to say, really. Oh, Knock with a nice toss right on the Billiam, and Abita alone at A. There could be a move to cross up through center, but Accurate is holding down that bottom line. Top side push comes through. Accurate with a nade lobbed over the top. Frenzy tries to jump flash. Accurate, but does not catch them, and Accurate's got the scanner down. Tabs at the backside of B. That's kind of an awkward pause here. 2v2, scanner down, and Knock working up towards it. There's going to be individual 1v1s happening here. Accurate catches one. Robert pushing up, trying to find their kill onto Tabs. Oh, Tabs dips wide, tries to hit a nade onto Robert. Reinforced their teammate on the corner now, so Accurate can watch over the shoulder as well, and Tabs gonna drop all the way back to scanner. Relentless EU forcing Robert to push up into this 2v2, into the double angle peak. Oh, it almost has an opportunity for both of them, but a nice coordinated swing for Relentless EU and a very, very patient defense. I mean, it's even when they have the distinct advantage, scanner down, they have solid high ground on B site. They go all the way back to guarantee that they're going to get that double angle peak right on top of Robert, who is pushing in there. And that's, I feel like Relentless EU is coming in locked in right now. They maybe are not happy they got knocked down to the losers bracket, and they want that rematch against Ascendancy. As Abita swings wide here, Gooblin cuts them down. Vanguard Gaming looking to put a point on the board here. 5 in a row so far. As Billiam gets caught out in a reload. Robert with a nice kill there. Swings wide for 2, and they'll pick up a double. Puts Kawaii Angel alone. They'll get 1 of 5 that they'll need. An absolutely overwhelming push in. There's actually 2 of 5 that they need. Ooh, and not ready for the short corner peek. Too many targets to pick from. Robert catches the kill.
Round starting.
Vanguard Gaming are on the board right when they need to. 3 points here on the half would be solid. A 5-3 end would put Vanguard Gaming in a decent spot for the side swap. They've got 2 more rounds to lock it in, so let's see what happens. I feel like they haven't had a ton of success getting that scanner down today so far. Ooh, and Abita diving into the smoke catches Frenzy. Knock battling back. 2 on the other side, and if it been Robert scooping up the kill, there would have been a 1v1 opportunity there in front of them to scoop up that second point. But it's a quick answer back from Relentless EU. 2 points would be a buffer. Not ideal, not a great half, but would be a buffer. 1 point puts you at, it makes it real tough. The pistol round ends up having a lot of weight on it, and you don't necessarily want that. Map 1, I guess it's okay to have it happen in a best of 5, but still. Little trade up the middle. Weakens the defense. I feel like a little bit more just because they're going with the 2-2 split here. Gooblin with a huge kill onto Abita. Abita has been finding a lot of success on that side. 6 and 5 on the half. Good smokes are out. Gooblin has Scanner going down. And 40 seconds left. This round is looking good. This could be that second point they need. And a nice pickup from Robert catching the rotation. Billiam getting surrounded. He's going to get caught out as well and can't snap to the double. Mott cleans things up. And that is...
We're switching sides.
Nice. Important. This pistol round, like I said, has a little more weight on it now as we swap sides and reset back to pistols for the first round. I do feel... It's a big one. Vanguard cannot let the offensive advantage catch them here. And it's definitely going to be... They're going to play into it nicely on offense. You stack to one side. Very rarely do you split on pistol round. Excuse me, accurate. Catches some big kills. Mont in the smoke. Tries to hit the knife and can't. Comes flying out the other side. Billiam scoops up the kill. Robert is here on defense to try and fend off the retake and can't. And Gooblin alone picking off 2. Scanner goes down. Needs to push up, interrupt Scanner, and catch 3 kills with a pistol. Oh, nice pickup there. 15 seconds left. Yeah, they're going to buy enough time for it to be impossible for Gooblin to pick that up. But 3 kills with the pistol is pretty solid for Gooblin trying to take back that 1v5. 2-7 and 2 more points to go for Relentless EU to snag their first map of this best of 5. Look at this aggressive rollout on defense here from Vanguard Gaming. Trying to push up with some early nades, and Kawhi actually going to catch them out on a very aggressive push up from Frenzy. Counter instance coming in from Mod. A nice one that should slow them down a little bit on the initial push up through the mid, but the Scanner is sending itself wide, and Mott will go down. Nock catches Abita up through the middle. The rotation is crashing back, and it might get here in time. It might not. Scanner being planted. Defense is here. Rifle comes up. Robert scoops up that kill. 2v3 with the push coming in. Kawhi Angel here. On the backside defending. The duo trying to work their way up and get rid of this onside defense, and a nice little swing out from Robert to catch 1. And I actually like this Scanner stick. It's going to force the swing here from the duo, and an opportunity to find 2 that doesn't connect for Robert Tasm. And a point to Relentless EU, 8-2. Frenzy again here and aggressive on the front line of A, but going to be overwhelmed by a multitude of targets. Locked in, sticking together, and flying towards A site. Noct catches one. Mott on the back line, picks up one, not a double. Gets shut down by Kawaii Angel. Scanner does get dropped for a moment, so it slows things down. Kawhi's going to scoop that up while the rest of the defense is on the retake, being pushed back pretty nicely by Accurate and the rest of the team. Kawhi does want to get that scanner down. Robert's not going to make it easy. I don't know if they have any smoke left to throw either to deny vision to put that plant, and so going to come down to getting these 2 kills. And it's a long play, but it's one that Gooblin is trying to watch for. A beta here, rotating slowly and steadily, getting caught out. Robert catches the kill on site, and it comes down to a 2v1. Just like that, Kawaii Angel now has to push out, get aggressive. Can't find the kill on the Robert Tasm, and a defensive point for Vanguard Gaming. They hang on, and I have to put 6 points in a row to lock in this map. Interesting to go back to A just after losing around to it. I feel like most teams wouldn't really anticipate that, but maybe Mott jump checked this because everyone has rotated back A on defense. Oh, Accurate steps into the Hornet's nest. Finds 1B, looks for 2 more. I guess Bs aren't Hornets. William with a nice kill, a 1-for-1, and they're going to have their target out in the open. Robert Tasm getting caught. And a nice comeback from Relentless EU to open up map number 1 into a round win, 9-3. It's a comeback, I suppose, but there's just a single point scored there. And overall, like I said, solid opening from Relentless EU. A bit of what you'd expect, I think, from a team that is 11-1 on the regular season. But with how Ascendancy managed to challenge this Relentless EU squad, I was a little curious to see what we were going to get out of Vanguard Gaming. And I think there's a chance with a bit of a map switch up there. That was Suna. It was you kind of could feel the teams warming up against each other. I feel like kind of figuring out how that what sort of pace are they going to be bringing? What sort of coordination are they going to be bringing? I mentally compare it to Ascendancy. I think back to how they've been playing, and that's what I'm wondering: is this good enough? Is this what will end up beating Ascendancy? Because it didn't work in a best-of-3 format for either one of these teams. Let me double-check the bracket. I want to make sure I'm right on that, because I don't know if Ascendancy beat both of them. No. Yeah, they did. They beat Relentless EU in the quarters, and then they beat Vanguard in the semis. So they beat both of these teams. And I just wonder if they're going to be in good enough shape to take on Ascendancy when the time comes. One of these teams will be doing that. One of these teams will advance on to the grand finals. And it would be nice if you're Relentless EU right now to do it fast, to take it in 3 maps, kind of sweep through this series and go right into a battle against Ascendancy more warmed up. As a distinct advantage, very likely an advantage you could be carrying in to that next series. So we're not there yet. Relentless EU hasn't won this best of 5 just yet. They've only won map 1 of what could be 5 maps, 4 maps if Vanguard Gaming take it in 3 from here. So we will have to see where we go. I think we had a bit of a tech pause going on here, so they are warming up. And I think we may have to reset things. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we're going into a tech reset, so I do apologize for that. Do bear with us as we reset things. A quick shout out while we're here to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. I do appreciate you all stopping by. Thank you for patiently waiting for map number 2 and hearing me ramble, but I really do appreciate everyone that is tuning in this afternoon. The EU crowd is out and about. A good steak, Farrell's, Geever, Goat Boy, Crystal Shard, Billy, and 2-0 Silent Platoon. Population high. Thank you all for tuning in and hanging out. Ebro, I see you in here. Screwing. Rev, thank you for popping in, hanging out, enjoying the action this afternoon. I do appreciate you. It's, why I do a lot of the casting, at least for you guys and for the players. I really do appreciate the players putting their time in these last few weekends and making themselves available. It makes it a lot easier. I mean, I think of what we would have done, where we would have put these 2 best of 5s and the 2 best of 5s yesterday into one Sunday. It would have been like a 8 or 9 hour day for these players and for me. So I'm happy we split it up. I appreciate people taking the time. And I think we are going to be getting into our new map here soon. Do give me a second to jump in. And the rest of the squad's filling in soon. So yeah, we should be getting into map 2 any moment now. A quick shout out also while everyone is tuning in to Axe Labs. We really do appreciate the developers of the game VAIL, Axe Labs. They contribute in with a really cool prize that goes to our first place team, a custom designed skin based off of that team, sold in the store, and a portion of the revenue returned back to the winning team. It's a really cool way of offering a prize pool of both an awesome gun skin, but then, some cash prizing too at the end of the next season. And I'm very appreciative of what VAIL is able to do there in terms of what that prize pool and how they're able to serve it up for us. So a big shout out to the Axe Labs team, and we do appreciate them with everything they're doing with VAIL. Do check out all the free-to-play modes, the extraction mode. There's a lot to VAIL outside of the competitive mode, and I'm sure a lot of folks in here know that. And if you don't know about competitive mode, welcome in. We're about to dive into our second map of the afternoon. There is no pre-canned intro for it because it's relatively new to the competitive space. Frio is where we go for map 2, and we have on the defense Vanguard Gaming, on the attack Relentless EU. Round 1, our pistol round opener. And Ensigns and Smokes out on B, the push. Slowly getting prepped here. We've got decent control and setup. Oh, and a nice utility toss there. Mott connecting with the nade on the back line. Counter nade of their own would be good, but that doesn't connect. And then second nade nearly finds its target. A nice flash there slows the duo down on pushing in. And here comes the collapse up from the defense on the remaining attackers. B, Billiam. Where is Abita? They're on the back line getting scooped up. No, finding the kills of their own. Tucking back in a 1v3 in front of them. Half HP for Abita and running low on utility. Scanners down on the backside of B as well, so it'll be tough to get to in plant with 30 seconds left on the clock. Nice scoop up there from Rott and a good start from Vanguard Gaming. A solid way to open up their defensive half here on a map that they most certainly need to win on. I also see a road to VR on here. Is that right? Is that right? Reality on VR. Reality on VR. I get that mixed up. Thank you so much for tuning in, Reality. We'll be seeing Reality on VR on Ascendancy later today. Ooh, a nice pickup there from Kawaii Angel, opening up B site Ascendancy into that championship, and we'll be battling against the winner here, so maybe doing a little homework, trying to figure out what the strats look like, what they should be getting ready for. A super fast answer back from Relentless EU here on Frio. Frio is a hard map to track the action. Oftentimes it gets divided up a little bit between picks coming from mid through cargo crates and aggressive sort of peaks around like the edges of the map. That was a pretty solid control for Relentless EU though. They moved into B site very nicely. Speaking of picks through mid, tabs and the scanner. Gonna try and work their way right up through the center. Mott is here on defense, considering a rotation, which puts themselves at some substantial risk. Nice nade in the back corner there, doesn't catch anyone out. Frenzy scoops up one. Mott does get across. Robert finds another, and Scanner gets pushed. A nice kill there that puts Scanner down, and there's no chance for Relentless EU to push back to where that scanner was. 5 alive on defense for Vanguard Gaming EU. Frio feels to me like it's always a coin toss on how the map's going to go and who is going to win rounds. I don't feel like there's a distinct advantage on either side. That's just based off my limited spectating of what has been super competitive teams playing this game. Nice nade to the back line, doesn't catch anything out. Here's a good toss from Gooblin. Counter utility coming up and over, not finding its mark either. And Gooblin here holding down the site on A as Robert on the back line comes in, barreling through. Kawaii with a kill. Robert finishing off Abita. Gooblin trying to find Kawaii. It's a 1v2. Kawaii enters into the smoke, giving away their location with a cough. Gooblin's going to push right up to the corner and be right behind Kawaii there. Gooblin with a good move off of that smoke play, and Vanguard are kind of running away with their defensive half here. On map number 2, a nice way to, again, come back from that Relentless EU solid opener 9-3. That was a dominant map win on Suna. A map win that would reasonably have you worried about the rest of the series, I think, if you were on Vanguard Gaming or a Vanguard Gaming fan. But VGG is still looking solid here. Robert's getting pushed in heavily at site. They catch one with the nade on the back line. They try to swing for more, but Accurate shuts it down. Here comes the retake on defense as Mott comes barreling down through mid. Frenzy from the back line. The trio trying to push in now as Frenzy is here for the pinch, getting suppressed but pops out for a trade. Down to a 1v1 as Billiam pops out to Mott, and with Scanner down, round goes into the hands of Relentless EU. Everybody's dead, and Relentless tacked one onto the board. An important round to scoop up there because, again, you don't want to see Vanguard Gaming run away with map 2. So a nice little answer back, keeping it close. 1 point lead, not too crazy, but a still solid opening half here for VGG as they go into their 6th round. You know, it's very interesting. These players certainly have tendencies. You know, they on rollouts, they like to put a utility piece here, they like to move that way. And if you play them in enough rounds, you start to react to those tendencies. You try and counteract them. Frenzy here, trying to pick up 2, but a nice A-side push. They take control of A-long. Abita maybe running into Gooblin here as Gooblin scoops up Abita on the backside. And now the retake begins, but Gooblin has to put a pause on it. Robert Tasman is far away. Gooblin needs the support in the 1v3. Robert coming in from the other side of A. Gooblin trying to creep and crawl up. Robert will catch 1. Billiam will find that refrag, so it's a 1v2. And as they fly up, Gooblin catches Kawhi, snaps 2. Has the height advantage now, but has to get Scanner. And so Billiam can play Scanner. Gooblin is going to go for the stick, and Billiam with a nice little jump check there. Sees that the Scanner is, in fact, being interrupted. It's not a fake, and takes the opportunity to find some easy shots. Frenzy has deployed a bit of a different strategy here. No nades, just close quarters combat. Tries to find the kills with their rifle instead, but can't. Gooblin holds the high ground and finds one for themselves. Peeks out for more, but the smoke gonna deny that line of sight. And Scanner is down on the back line, so Gooblin tries to push up to it to get it better coverage. Does mean that the remaining attackers, Accurate, Kawhi, and Tabs, have to shift their general strategy here and dip back to the Scanner. And then it's unfortunately out around the corner. So it really does require control of long A right now. There's utility on the ground as well, so a nade could be lobbed around the corner of that crate. Tabs and Accurate both find their kills, and it puts Mott alone. Ooh, a nice pickup there. Tries to snap 2, but 3 angles getting pushed on, and a nice retake from Relentless EU, retaking the lead as well. Last round of the half, and a 5-3 offensive half, I think would be a solid way to start off Frio here. Map 2. And a win would put them to a map 3 series as well. So there's a lot on the line here at the end of the day, and we're seeing Relentless EU pick it up. Nice dive from Kawaii Angel to catch the kill. Billiam, meanwhile, picks up Gooblin on the other side. It opens up this site very nicely. Robert comes barreling down the middle, but are they going to be ready for Tabs on the back line? No, they're not. Mott now tries to be pushed in, but they're getting pushed from the flank by Tabs, and Tabs connects with that kill as well. Relentless EU win the half. We swap sides, and now they go to defend on Frio, and it's going to come down to Vanguard Gaming stepping it up on the offense, or we may see another 9-3 map too. Pistol round, utility really stands out and shines here, but Ensign not doing enough damage. Billiam flies in and catches the kill, gets flashed and has to drop back out. Abita comes pushing forward and finds their kills, and Gooblin turns it into a 1v3, but a 1v3 if they have to win here. Ooh, 1v2, a nice pickup there on the nade shot. Getting pressured by both, as they should. A good stack from Billiam and Abita. Relentless EU dialed in on their pistol round and tacking onto their lead. 3 points away from taking map 2. Crazy how fast Frio moves. Look at the live stream. 8 rounds ahead of it. Big push coming into B side. Big shutdown from Billiam on the backside. Oh, what a nice double kill from Kawhi. The push coming in here. Frenzy had an opportunity there. Mott, I think, was caught out in a reload or something as Frenzy now tries to shift their focus. 3 defenders here with 1 on that backline slowly working their way up, and a very patient, relentless EU team. Again, a little bit of what we saw in round 1. They're not overextending despite having this 3-1 advantage. I don't want to see a triple kill clip coming in from Frenzy here to shut them down. And Kawhi will just poke and prod while the trio slowly surrounds that final player, but ultimately Kawhi catches the kill, and there's 2 left before Relentless EU have map 2 locked in, and we're heading to a series map. See some folks in chat asking who the better team is. Well, if we look at matchup history, Relentless EU has beaten them in the past, but it was close, 27-23. I do think we could see a shift in sort of general momentum on a 3rd map in particular. Maybe it will come down to those banned maps being important, the ones to be played if they can win a map here, because we are in a best of 5. So comparatively to regular season, it's a little different. Regular season best of 3s. Big flank getting shut down there from Vanguard. Maybe just Mott and Frenzy trying to work through the middle is what it feels like of this defense. Woke up there from Billiam, and Frenzy does not continue to push. Tabs has them surrounded now as they rotate into the back of this attack, and Billiam pops out from the middle. That's the real danger of Cargo, is you're vulnerable to every side. You're vulnerable to every angle. You have to kind of keep moving. 8-3. As I said, I felt like we were headed this way. The momentum had just shifted in those last few rounds on the offense, and then the pistol round opener set the tone. So Relentless EU, again, being relentless in their pursuit for a rematch against Ascendancy. Pick from Billiam starts the retake energy here, but 2 connecting, and finally a little spirit getting injected into this offense. Mont picking up a couple of kills. Kawaii finds a double, and maybe Kawaii will clutch the 1v1. Gooblin defending Scanner, which has been planted. A distinct advantage here. 20 seconds left, so Kawaii can bait it out. They don't have to stick it. Kawaii's not even going to go for it. Gooblin's a little curious. And Kawaii's just going to peek the corner. Gooblin takes the challenge. 8-4. Vanguard stay alive in this series. One kill, not two. Mott shuts it down. The push continues towards A's side. Abita is here, slowly rotating. That's some utility to stop the scanner. Plant gets flashed themselves. A great nade toss that doesn't find anyone there to put that scanner down. And now there's 3 alive on site with tabs on a slow rotation around the flank. Nice pickup there coming in from Vanguard Gaming. Robert had some big KDs in the last series, if I remember correctly, and now certainly performing well. 13 and 10 for their team. Gooblin also 13 and 9. Billiam with a 15 on the board, topping the charts. No one's into the double digits quite yet as Billiam holds down this push. Coming in, gets shut down by Gooblin. Nice connection from Tabs as Tabs tries to push through. Trades back and forth that put us into a 3v4. Scanner does get pushed towards a site and a trade on a Scanner, which gets dropped down. Where is the defense? It's accurate here on A, waiting for that to get picked up and planted, and springs at the opportunity to catch the kill. Gets shot in the back by Nock, and now it's a 1v2 with Abita. Technically with some sight control here. Trying to rotate up and bait out the Scanner interrupt. Nock actually giving away their position with that smoke. And a swing for the double. Abita clutches it up for Relentless EU. Map 2 does not go the way they were hoping, or at least for Vanguard Gaming, it doesn't. Relentless EU, however, push it to map and series point. Dangerous place to be. And honestly, if you're Ascendancy, there's got to be a little bit of a concern going through your head right now, because this is very good warm-up territory. You know, Relentless EU winning 9-3, 9-5. They're looking good. They're gonna come into this if they win this next map, to this next best of 5 very focused. And you gotta be present of that if you are, you know, the Ascendancy squad, ready for a dialed-in Relentless EU team, maybe a little bit different than when you went up against them last time in a cold start best of 3. And I am getting word that a timeout has been called from Vanguard Gaming EU, and I think that's a smart choice. You got to kind of take a break, take a pause, take a breath, assess what's been working and what hasn't, because ultimately Relentless EU are starting to dial it in a little bit. These last 2 maps worked great for them, and now they're going to a map 3, I think, of their choosing, but not technically because it's the only map available, so maybe they'll pick side. But either way, a interesting first 2. Suna and Frio, where do we go from here? I do not know. We're going to have to wait roughly 5 to 10 minutes because that timeout has been called. So quick shout out to our sponsor, Axe Labs, supporting us with that custom designed in-game skin that's sold in the store and portions of revenue shared with the winning team. And a shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action. Please do subscribe and hit the thumbs up button if you can. It's free. If you do want to support us financially, you can become a member of the VRML network, and we really do appreciate all the member support. Everybody that puts in any amount of dollars, it helps a lot. It goes back to the VRML. It helps us keep the lights on and do what we do. So, a shout out to everyone that does and is a member and has contributed with super chats. If I missed any or anything like that, I do apologize. I do my best to try and take a look. Something like that comes through. And with that, I do think we're going to go to a brief break. We'll come back to map number 3 in this best of 5 to determine if Relentless EU are moving on or if we're going to a 4th map with Vanguard Gaming on the comeback train. Don't go anywhere. After this is another best of 5, so a lot of EU action coming up. Welcome back, everybody, to the VAIL VRML Season 4 EU Losers Bracket Best of 5. We're diving into our third and final map on Kitty to kick things off here and see if Relentless EU are going to be moving on to the grand finals to rematch against Ascendancy, or if it's going to be Vanguard Gaming coming out on top. Either way, the start going to be Relentless EU on the defense, Vanguard on the attack, and B site very much in their control. 3 left alive. Everyone well and healthy and accurate. Trying to push up here. Dialed in down there, scope on the pistol, getting absolutely flashed out, and a nice swing from the duo. Catches 1, looks for 2, can't quite connect on those shots. Meanwhile, Kawaii is pinching in from the side, so the duo here applying pressure together, trying to overwhelm. The instant is out on scanner, and they're interrupting it. The clutch is coming in. Kawaii is fending off the retake, and they'll catch both kills. The scanner gets interrupted, and a nice retake from Relentless EU to start the round. That's going to sting. If you're Vanguard Gaming, you just took your time out, you tried to reset things, you tried to get your team into a little bit of a better setup, a little bit of a better start. You had a great opening play and maybe a little bit of confidence surging into the body, thinking we got a bunch left alive and scanner is down with our offensive opener. This is great. The pistol round opener is one of the easier rounds to snag on offense on a map like Kitty. So opportunities that you really want to capitalize on, and just couldn't quite finish it off and snag that those last few kills rather, excuse me. Ooh, and just like that, A site's lost its defense. They do have Kawaii here on site, who does catch 1, makes it 2, turns and burns for the 3rd, no dice, gets shut down. Scanner fumbles to the ground, and for a moment an opportunity for Billiam to rotate, but they're running into so many remaining attackers. 3 are left in front of them, and the scanner planted. Not an easy retake here in a 1v3. Pushes through the ensign, is going the long way to challenge these defenders, and gets baited right into Robert Tasman's line of sight. Great bit of utility play there, and ultimately time not their friend. And a nice second round opening. Vanguard Gaming quickly tagging on a offensive point. Kitty is a historically hard map to get offensive points on, and so I think over the course of maybe last season in particular, and now this season, teams have honed their offensive edge on Kitty. It's something that we do see more of than we used to, and I think it's also because we used to allow like a million grenades to be thrown, and now it's we force utility instead. So nice snap for Robert. Flying through, looking for more. Gets shut down by Abita, who actually catches a double kill with a nade over that back line. Almost catches the cross from Scanner onto Gooblin. And Gooblin decides to tuck back in after a bunch of utility comes flying their way. Wants to hit a little bit of that rave. Do a little partying. And then rotate back to A. Both players silent. Gooblin just around the corner, snapping up his Kawaii, who catches the kill. I don't think Gooblin was ready for that one.
Round starting.
Defensive point to Relentless. Cat tax has been paid, folks. In full. you enjoyed the cat, hit the thumbs up. You know? That's what it's all about, I think. Ooh, nice pickup there. Frenzy cracking open A little bit. There's still the backline defense from Kawaii here. Mid push coming in to sort of open things up. And, oh, a nice knife toss there from Robert. They'll go down as well in that push in. Billiam does catch a rotation around the edge, and they are going to get support from Kawaii soon. I actually like how they rotated off of site here and reconnected with Billiam to push in together. Ooh, and Population tucks in, pops out, gets snagged. Scanner goes down. Kawaii not able to get the nade out onto Scanner in time. The pop out from Frenzy. They'll get picked off. Kawaii low on HP going up against the 1v1 against Mott. Mott peeks out their elbow and then pops up their head to catch the kill, tying the series two-piece. Excuse me, the map to a piece. Getting inside details from folks in chat. Sin mentioning that the Kitty offense from Vanguard Gaming is particularly impressive, solid, and strong. I think to even have 2 points on offense is particularly solid. Already on the offense, so. A lot of guesswork here. Gooblin does catch that first kill with the nade. Tabs does catch Robert trying to creep, and Robert's been a standout shooter, so it's a big kill. Nice jump check there from Tabs as they do engage again in a second fight, but try to catch the rotation out with the nade and can't. Meanwhile, Kawaii getting pushed. I like the Ensign down on Scanner. Accurate catches the Scanner rotating, and Kawaii springs out to snag a kill of their own. Gooblin gets picked off, and Mott goes down to a nade. A quick snap back from what was looking like a decent offensive round there. Had a good opening kill there in the switch. Yeah, and I do think, I'm looking at chat again, I do think just even the 2 points they have is enough for the side swap to be pretty close. But I suspect they're going to get a few more here because they are locked in on offense right now. Robert Tasm catching Accurate out, flying in out of this smoke to scoop up Dabs. Everybody goes down on site, and there are 5 alive. Scanner planted. Robert Tasm with the final kill. Bumps it up to 8-4, 2-0 KD, and a third point for offense on VGG. That is impressive on Kitty. 2 more rounds to go. They could even win the half, and that would really set them up for likely a map 3W and likely us going to map 4. That's what they want. They need to keep this series alive because it is series map for Relentless EU. They've won those first two pretty solidly, 9-3, 9-5. Poking and prodding on the edge. Here's Tabs. Trying to assess where this push is coming from. Gets a little info on the peak. Has to hit it with a quick flash and can't peek out in time to find the kill. Robert Tasm continues to shut down this defense, and a double kill. On B site's going to put Billiam in a tough spot, alone on the back end. Does get a refrag on the population. Can't find Robert Tasm, who picks up a third. One v4. Nice flash. Retake is on right now as Tabs and Abita do push in. Nice pick up there. There's not a swing in time from Mott, but they do catch the kill. On the back end comes Frenzy, and they'll pick up Abita just in time. Thought that was going a little bit slow, but Vanguard Gaming, 4-3. I think they're going to go a 5-3 half on offense, swap sides, and very likely take this third map. This is where that best of 5 format makes things a little different, you know? Every time you got to play out the third map, and it's as important as this one is. I think it's something for Ascendancy to worth keeping in mind as well, because they are going to rematch one of these teams, and they beat them both in a 2-0 in best of 3, but they're going to play a third map against them, and maybe that'll be an edge for them to get back into a series. Nice turn. Accurate. Catches population as well. A huge save. Coming out of that smoke. Can't find the third. Does find the third. On to Gooblin. A triple kill. At least takes the half even 4-4. Going to be really hard to go 5-3 for Relentless EU. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do on the attack here. Pistol round opener is definitely, like I said, the easiest maybe round opener to snag and an easiest offensive point to get on Kitty, so definitely something Relentless EU are going to be on the hunt for here, obviously, as we do get into it. Looks like an A site setup. And interesting to see a little bit of a split even in the pistol round here. Counter utility comes in to slow them down. And also catch kills. 2 nade kills coming in. 3 nade kills coming in. An aggressive push up ends with 2 going down, and Tabs alone in a 1v2. Scanner is down. Mott's pushed up and right on the other side of a 1 HP Tabs. And Mott does have slightly low HP, but not too low. Tabs catches the first shots. And they're going to get that scanner down before Frenzy can interrupt it, I think. Where do they go on the rotate out? Not into Frenzy's line of sight. So scanner is down, and if Tabs can play this right, they can force Frenzy to put their hand on scanner and have themselves a slight advantage in this firefight. This cross could be very dangerous. Tabs sees the ankle, but they're not quite looking. Frenzy diving down into the middle. It's a very risky move. And they fly out to find the kill on the back of Tabs. A nice play right through the heart of the objective there. Doesn't go for the interrupt. That bait would have drawn attention in a different way. And Vanguard Gaming coming out with a scanner interrupt and a defensive point. 5-4. Lead in their hands. Robert catches a random knife toss kill onto a Beta in the middle of the skate park, and now Frenzy comes flying in with utility, finds the one kill, knows that Billiam's alone. It's a dominant defensive opener for Vanguard Gaming, and like I said, I think they are sprinting towards a map-free victory here. Winner goes on to challenge Ascendancy. Nice nade there from Accurate. Good counter flash to slow things down, but a trade 1-for-1 does kind of open up objective. Going Accurate, very ready for Gooblin here on site, but Gooblin still winning that trade. Tries to drop back from Tabs, but Tabs catches that kill. Will be able to get the scanner. And if they linger too long, they're going to get pushed from the flank. No, they just in time get cover from that push from Mott. Mott. A little sad they missed those shots there as Tabs. Doesn't need to hunt for this kill. Ooh, and has utility as well. Nice read from Mott to see that utility coming, but not the nade. Tabs catches the frag kill out. That's the round into Relentless's pockets. Their first offensive point of many that they'll need here. Yeah, the way I see people saying the way the tournament format works is that semifinals in a double elimination bracket isn't really third place or semifinals. It's like a, different thing. Relentless EU very much showing that they can break through this defensive line. Smoke there does provide information that no one is at least immediately close on the corner, but look at everyone set up, ready to spring out on defense. Robert and Population both here. The entire attack pushing forward. Just a corner peek away. Robert didn't seem happy with that grenade toss. Kawaii swings out and catches both Robert and Population. And maybe that was why, because they didn't want their position given away. Counter nade from Mott comes in, and Scanner headed towards the A site and for a 3v1 push. Mott at least is tucked into a solid spot to pop out and catch one kill. Can't get any more, and Scanner should go down. Oh no, relatively easy. Abita just flashed themselves trying to push up, but that's okay. Gooblin wasn't quite there yet and is now pushing back towards site. In the smoke, they'll try and clutch. Billiam will catch the shots, and that's two quick ones from Relentless EU. This is going to be a close map, I think, at the end of the day. This is going to be a very close map. I think one thing, especially about Kitty, like I've said, is that over time, these top teams have developed ways to break through those front lines. They have gotten better at winning on offense, and we're seeing that with both Vanguard and now Relentless putting up a couple of offensive points, keeping this series on a nice edge, because if they win this map, they move on to go up against Ascendancy in a rematch. If they lose, we go to a fourth map. Oh, population can't snap the tabs in time. That's a solid kill from tabs 2, and it's the first that prompts the rotation towards A site. Mott with a nice connection there. Some big damage onto Abita. And tabs tries to turn and burn onto Accurate and can't. Rest of the defense is collapsing back to A site, but will it be there in time is the question. In the smoke, Abita finds one, and Gooblin now staying patient on the backside. Robert trying to get rid of Kawaii Angel here. Tabs finds Gooblin. Robert goes down, and a third point in a row for Relentless EU. Now things get a little worrisome if you're Vanguard Gaming EU. You came in with a solid offensive half 4-4. Go into the defensive side on Kitty expecting that you're going to tack on a couple consecutive defensive points, but it's going the other way right now, and Relentless EU are 2 away from going to Ascendancy again in the Grand Finals, and that, I think, is more dangerous for Ascendancy than a fourth map. I think a fourth map at least, you know, wears down these teams a little more. If Relentless EU just kind of barrel through 3 maps to go challenge Ascendancy, I think they have a decent chance there, as they will be ready to go. But Ascendancy is different. They've been playing they look really good. So I'm very interested to see what we will get map pick-wise, too. Been a diverse selection of maps in these best of 5s. Robert, gonna try to be the hero. Tabs here on the corner again. Peeks not in time. Robert is the hero. Finds the double. Scanner doesn't go down, unfortunately. Accurate catches Mott getting a little over aggressive, but doesn't get the kill. And Mott just takes not even a lot of damage there, actually. Scanner rotating now as Billiam thinks about committing to an A site push, but Robert's right there on the front line to shut it down. And while B is less defended, it's probably a little bit harder to push up to right now. Maybe not any more. Accurate, actually catching a key kill. Can shut down rotations here.
30 seconds remaining.
Scanner just needs to kind of move forward. They need to get on-site defense down. Accurate. Here's the footsteps behind them. Waits for the pass from Mott. There's another in front of them, and that goes in a 1-for-1 trade. Robert did turn in time, and while that happened, defense on-site was lost. Robert finds themselves alone in a 1v1. Billiam super low on HP from that peak. Trying to challenge. Robert gets the flash and can't catch Robert. No, Robert actually turned on the flash, I think. Comes back to Billiam, catches the kill. Plenty of time to defuse. Vanguard keeping it close. 7-7.
Round starting. Get ready.
Again, I'm taking a look at chat. I appreciate everyone weighing in on their opinion. Quick shout out to Miyuki, Sin, Kraka VR, L Voids, A Good Steak, Annie the Feline. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Robert doing some push-ups, well, some pull-ups maybe, rather. Some squats, some burpees. Oh, and peeks out, doesn't catch. Well, gets one. Gooblin with a nade as well. Oh, and Frenzy was on a big rotation. Accurate, fortunate to stay dialed in, wary of the threat, and catch that flank. Are they going to be ready for the double down from Mott here on the corner? No, they're not. Mott swings out, catches 3 with a nade, and finally wipes out the team.
Match point.
They catch 1 kill, they trade down for the second, and then the nade catches the third. Vanguard Gaming taking us to map point here in map 3. Do we go to overtime? That's what Relentless EU are pushing for.
Scan started.
Wow, accurate in tabs. Shut down the retake here. Gooblin alone gets denied by Billiam, and we do go to an overtime and series points for Relentless EU. Map point for Vanguard Gaming. It's a best of 5, so we could go to a 4th map if Vanguard take the next round. We're done, and we move on to the grand finals, where Relentless EU will take on Ascendancy if they win. That's what's at stake. That's what we are here to see. Doesn't really get much closer than this, but what a great series coming in so far from this Vanguard Gaming squad. Mott catching a lot of utility. Does still spring their trap out late and catches 2 for their trouble. Very nicely done. Gonna slow down this defense. Or this offense, excuse me. Billiam does catch 1 to even the odds. 3-3. The push coming in here. The swing out from Frenzy. Only a single, not a double. Accurate still alive. Scanner gets picked up. A 2v2. Robert battling with Tabs on the corner. Gooblin hanging tight, waiting for Scanner to go down. Tabs winning a vital fight that enables the B site rotation. Gooblin is trying to read this, sees the cross, doesn't catch the kills, pulls the knife out to increase run speed and get over to B site before the enemy is able to get there for a Scanner plant. What a quick rotation from Gooblin here as they try to pick up the double off of the smoke. Tucking back for the 1v1, and Tabs catches the kill. It's Relentless EU advancing on to challenge Ascendancy in the grand finals. Got a little dicey for Relentless EU on Kitty there, but they pulled through and executed on a solid offensive half, a solid 3-map in a best of 5 series win, and a solid warm-up for their next best of 5, which is going to be up against Ascendancy for a rematch of their semifinals battle where Ascendancy beat them 2-0. That all happens in a few minutes' time from now, 10 to 15 minutes as we set things up. But a quick shout out to everyone tuning in. Thank you all for stopping by, and don't go anywhere. The EU Grand Finals are coming up in just a few minutes. A quick shout out to Axe Labs for sponsoring the VRML and supporting us with a in-game cosmetic skin that's sold in the store, designed around the winning team, and portions of the revenue shared with the winning team. Thank you so much to Axe Labs for that sponsorship and the opportunity to be hosting these leagues and these seasons. It's all because of the support that we get from that development team of the VAIL. So a big shout out to them. Big shout out to everything they're doing with the extraction mode, all the free-to-play variants. It's great to see. So a big shout out again to the dev team, and again to you fine folk tuning in. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes with our best of 5 grand finals for the EU region. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, everybody, to the VAIL VRML Season 4 EU Grand Finals. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I will be your sole conductor in today's journey to the last VAIL VRML match of Season 4. Well, potentially, for the EU side, it's Ascendancy versus Relentless EU, the number 4 seed versus the number 1 seed. Ascendancy already beating Relentless EU in this double elimination bracket earlier last weekend. Now going up for a rematch here in this best of 5. Very curious to see what Ascendancy will bring to the table because they looked very strong in their matchup against both Relentless EU and Vanguard Gaming, knocking both the 1 and 2 seed down into the losers bracket. And we're now just moments away from diving into the grand finals between these two teams to determine which squad is going to come out on top with a custom in-game design skin sold in the store and portions of revenue shared with the winning team. That's what's at stake here today. That's what's at stake in this best of 5. The winner takes all as they get that first place prize. And we're just waiting now for map 1 pick. We do know the bans are Frio and Cliffside, meaning that the 3 remaining maps, Suna, Miru, and Kitty, all have to be played before we get to maps 4 and 5, before we get to those ban maps. So, Relentless EU have to get 1 map in here to push us to a 4th map, to a Cliffside, to a Frio, to one of those 2. And then if we do get to a 5th, we play all 5 maps in the map pool. So there's a decent amount on the line here this afternoon. We're getting ready to dive into it. It's map number 1. No real time to run the fancy intros. It's Suna Day. On the attack, we have a Relentless Ascendancy. Ascendancy on the attack. Relentless EU on the defense. And we're diving right into the action on Suna Day. Grand Finals, folks. This is it. It doesn't get more competitive than what we're about to see in front of us this afternoon. Nice push up here. Reality on BR going to swing wide. Semtax, inaccurate, picks up a double.
Round starting. Get ready.
Sorry. Tech difficulties there. I think scores are good. Relentless EU off to a 1-0 pistol opener on defense. Very nice. Ascendancy not cracking that B-side defense. They're on board Tay for a second there, but seems like the pressure is certainly going to be coming from the B-side. Scanner in Bambooza's hands and the B catwalk getting ready to be pushed. I do like to see Ascendancy changing the pace, or at least setting the pace slowly here early. Have to have a pace to set it, but they're to change it. But yeah, I think setting the pace nice and slow and steady here on the push towards B. Nades and utility do come in. Tabs and Accurate both throwing counter nades that connect, very nicely tossed. Up through the middle comes a little bit of a rotation as Semtax catches Abita out. And Scanner is down. I don't know if Tabs is aware that Scanner is down. Ferdinand certainly cautious about reaching up and grabbing it. They also got to be worried about Accurate here on the short corner getting ready to peek out. They'll pop and catch a kill, but there's still another right here. Accurate on the close corner, swings and catches Semtax out. Meanwhile, on catwalk, 30 seconds left. Kauai holds down this push as Tay tries to flash the corner. Knife out for ultimate speed, and the trade on the corner ends with Accurate alone and alive, and Relentless EU putting 2 on the board for map 1. Tabs has pushed right up to the edge of this smoke. As soon as it dissipates, they're going to have to spring out. Catch some kills. They're way in the open and trying to retreat. They managed to zigzag their way back to cover, but it cost them quite a good chunk of HP. Reality on VR. Catches a nice nade. Gets tagged by Tabs. Semtex almost hits that nade over the top, but doesn't. Tabs still alive with a slice of HP on objective. And eventually those smokes going to dissipate and Scanner going to have to commit to a push. Tabs swings out, catches one, can't find two. Bambuza catches that one. Meanwhile, Abita left alone in a long crawl to B with a 1v3 in front of them and Scanner getting planted. Low HP for Semtex and Bambuza, but Tay... Yeah, actually Tay low too. Abita full, so maybe a chance for a couple of quick transfers to catch the kills they need. 25 seconds. "15 seconds. Time going to be the enemy there for sure, but ascendancy on the board here on Suna Day. Something that they've done well and did well against Relentless and Vanguard whenever Ascendancy would play is that they would stop the bleeding very quickly. They wouldn't really allow 2 to 3 points to go unanswered. And I think that shows that they are doing a great job of adapting to the defense and the plays that are getting thrown at them on the defense. They adjust their strategies based off of what they're seeing, and then very quickly find a route to success that works against what they've been fighting against. So it's really adaptive strategies from my perspective with how Ascendancy plays. And let's see if they can get a point here. Nice peek from Semtex. Catches Kawaii Angel down. They should know Tabs is here in the corner, but it doesn't seem like they do, as they're pretty out in the open. Tabs could easily spring their trap. Pick up a few kills here. It's a matter of timing, though, as they wait. Ferdinand catches accurate. Tabs. Pop Sutton. Uh-oh, didn't reload. Where's their... What happened to their ammo? Two left alive on Relentless EU and Ascendancy. Looking to tack on a second point and tie this up even. Steven Ferdinand tucked in here, pops up and goes down to Abita. Lots of utility left as Billiam catches Reality on VR on the long angle. 20 seconds. Trying to push up with Semtex on the back line, shutting it down. There's no hope in Ascendancy. Tie map number 1. 2-2. Kill there from Reality on VR. Billiam getting super far up. You can see their icon there on the mini-map. Taos taking some shots and getting shot. Bambuza connects. Kawaii getting pressured from both sides on this catwalk here. Now utility coming in. Kawaii pops out. Doesn't get tagged by the nade. Still a major threat here. And ultimately, this offense not crashing fast enough to be. They have the advantage. Thankfully, that this rotation hasn't connected yet from Accurate, but it is coming slowly. Abita will be pushing down with Accurate as well. They will be collapsing around Semtex soon enough, who is doing a fantastic job of stalling out all three of these defenders. Finally, Kawaii peeks out, catches Semtex down, but not before Scanner gets planted, and they're into a 3v3. Couple of big kills coming in here with Abita on the back line. An opportunity to interrupt this scanner, trying to go fast, but can't go fast enough. Bambuza catches them out. Wouldn't have had time to pick up 2 kills in a scanner interrupt, I don't think, anyway. And so, Ascendancy inch back up with the lead. Now let's see. Is Relentless EU going to let this spiral out of control because it is a team that can run away with momentum, or will they get a quick answer back themselves? It's been 3 unanswered points so far. They need to adjust to this B-side push that's been working for Ascendancy. I like what Ascendancy does with pacing. It's varied, and it's hard to predict if they're going to go fast, slow, even when they have advantage, if they're going to press it or not. A nice double kill from Ferdinand, cracks open B. No one on site, so Accurate and the rest of this defense have to crash back. Accurate here's the rotation along Catwalk and catches the kill. Decides to cut back with the rest of the team. In a bit of an awkward position for Reality on VR, but they'll get there in time to catch Accurate out and do their job in evening the score. 1-3. Abita spots one. Ferdinand catches Billiam on the back line. Abita knows there's 2 there, catches the kill. Scanner interrupt coming in. Nade doesn't connect. Flash isn't going to stop it. They're going to stick the scanner interrupt. Reality on VR cannot get there in time. It's 3-3, and this series, well, it could be a dang good one. Could be a dang good one. Could be a repeat of what we've seen Ascendancy do to both Relentless EU and the number 2 seed Vanguard. Beat them in 2 maps in a best of 3. That won't be possible, obviously, in this best of 5 format here, so they have to do it in 3 maps. That does get a little bit more challenging, honestly, and for Suna to start off hard like this, it's going to be a tough road for Ascendancy to repeat what they've done. Really all postseason. Hawaii catches Semtax. The rotation from Accurate is here before the defense gets picked off. Makes it a little stronger. Bambuza with a quick refrag keeps things somewhat even, but the peek out from Accurate not anticipated. Tay will thankfully catch the quick refrag. And an opportunity to push B site into a 1v2 essentially. We don't lose really much health on the cross at all. Utility is coming in, and what a perfectly timed peek out off of the flash. Billiam's there on the bottom floor to catch the final kill, and Relentless EU. Wow, that was really nice coordination. The toss from the flash came from behind down the main. Down from spawn, I think, and that was up over the top of the catwalk. Really nice coordination, really well-timed peek. Love to see that. That's how you beat and win rounds against a team like Ascendancy. Coordination and utility play like that. Reality on VR does make the threat of A site a little more real than it has been in past rounds. B's been the main item on the menu. Scanner is also obviously over at B right now. Kawhi's done a great job of holding this catwalk. It's made it very hard for this B-side push to be effective, I think, at the end of the day, because they just don't have the finish that they want. Accurate on the rotation, like they have been. Should get there in time. Callouts could be coming in. Going right as Tabs peaks. Bambuza catches the kill. Reality on VR goes down. Ferdamon catches Kawhi in B site. Is a little bit less on his defense. Accurate. Getting pressed by Semtex up top, and Scanner does go down. Bambuza's low on HP, and both Abita and Accurate are going to work together to push up through Catwalk and challenge Semtex here, who is the full HP defender. Nice swing, perfectly timed. Ooh, Abita gets the gun drawn up in time even after throwing the utility. Trying to suss out where... Oh, and found Bambuza is. They catch the kill. Scanner interrupted, and the defensive half successful for Relentless EU on Suna. 5-3. Solid hold for them, and right where they honestly want to be on a side swap. I think Ascendancy have gotten a little bit of a cushion for their defensive half now, but that's a good start for Relentless EU. And I think it's the most... No, they got a 9-7. I think they had a 9-7 map against Ascendancy. I was going to say, I think it's the most points they've scored against Ascendancy in the postseason. I don't know if that's true. What I do know is true is that the push is coming to be. And Relentless EU stacked up here. Plenty of smokes to pave the path forward. Lots of utility and flashes over the top. Ferdamon still alive, tucked in. Reality on VR catches one with a nade. Ferdamon pops up into two. He'll get tagged down. Tabs does go low on HP. Semtex finds one on the back line. Tabs gets picked off. Bambuza up top. Where's the final attacker? It's Abita way in the back line. Scanner's down, though, and it's a 1v3. Abita gonna get out to Scanner. Gonna pick it up. I didn't look at what's in store for them. A trio waiting for Scanner plan at B. And what if it doesn't happen at B? You're gonna have to rotate quickly over towards A site. I don't know. I don't think he can get to A in time, but he's going to try. Abita is going to be sprinting, and I think the whole team heard Abita there. Yeah, they'll have 10 seconds to plant. That's going to be enough. Wow, and with 7 seconds on the clock, Scanner goes down. Now Abita pushes up the challenge, catches one. Can't get 2 or 3, and Scanner will get interrupted by the remaining defenders of Ascendancy. And like I've said before, a team that doesn't really allow too many points to go unanswered. It's a rarity, at least this postseason. It's something I've noticed in particular from them. Very good at answering back, putting points back on the board. That was a pistol round, granted, and a side swap too, so, you know. But it was 2 unanswered points from the offense there when it was, or from the defense, excuse me, when it was Relentless EU. So a nice bounce back, and now a 1-point lead for Relentless with a B-side push in mind, it seems. Is here, and the push coming in strong to be right now. Counter utility coming up over the top, and a couple of big picks. Reality on VR standing out with a multi-kill on top of site and denying this relentless EU offense a point. At least for the time being. A 3v1. Kauai at full. And the defense relatively spread out. There is a possibility. Has to grab scanner. Time is ticking down. I think they're going to go for the kills. Challenges reality on VR first. Then would have taken control of Catwalk and spun around to take the two that were flanking him, but does not work. Ascendancy. 2 points in a row now. Trying to keep Relentless EU to 5. But in a very similar fashion, I feel Relentless EU have been playing very strong today in general. And when it was their turn to challenge Ascendancy, they answered back in kind when it was time. So I think there's a possibility we could be going very deep into this map 1 in terms of rounds. Pick up from Kauai and a good collapse here. From Relentless EU, scanner gonna go down.
Scan started.
Nice nade from Tay, does start things off. Bambuza catches accurate, but Tay can't get Billiam, so it's a 1v3, and Tavs catches the cross. Relentless EU, as mentioned, chip back.
Get ready.
Take the lead. 3 away from snagging map 1. You know, I think it's important to remember, too, that this Relentless squad is coming off of a 3-map best-of-5 win against Vanguard, who's number 2 seed in the regular season. Ascendancy is number 4. And I just think Ascendancy has really stepped their game up in the postseason. It's really fun to see, and it's made this postseason super competitive. Early kill there again, setting things up for this offense. Semtex thinking about peeking, gonna run into 2 if they do. Could be troublesome. Sees the coach, swings for 1, can't get 2. A nice refrag from Kauai. Advantage definitely into the hands of this offense after that accurate nade. Shuts down anyone holding Catwalk, and now they've got full control over B site. The retake from Tay and Bamboos are going to be a tough challenge ahead of them. Nice pickup there from Relentless EU, and it's a 2-point lead.
Round starting.
A reminder, too, that if Relentless EU win this first best-of-5, there is a second. I do believe we do the bracket reset, especially because this is a double elimination tournament. I think in the past we've not done bracket resets. I don't know if I'm the one that really decides that, but could very well be something that happens here with our Relentless EU is dialing in. Early picks coming in consistently. That was a good, quick refrag, though. despite getting that B side kill too, they're actually all going to drop back, and it is going to be the A side commit. Ooh, a nice little pickup there. Scanner definitely planted, and Relentless EU in good shape here. Scanner's down, 2 points away from a map. Has to try and stick it, but that's a nice nade toss from Accurate. Still had one in the pocket, and Relentless EU are in a rhythm. The #1 seed is coming alive here in the postseason after battling through the losers bracket. They've been warmed up. Maybe Ascendancy need a little bit of a warm-up themselves. Maybe after this map we'll see a little bit more of what we did see coming out from this Ascendancy squad in their past postseason matches, but consistency is the real thing that makes a team, in particular like Relentless EU, stand out. 11-1 during the regular season is not easy to achieve. Nice utility from Ferdinand. None of it connects. Accurate actually is the one that hits the grenades. Ooh, and a nice toss from Bambuza. Does get one down. Scanner's still alive and well. Another getting picked off by Reality on VR. Accurate catching Semtex down the mid. And Abita gonna go for the scanner plant. 2v3. While he's watching for the flank. Accurate holding a late angle here on the rotation up from mid. Pops up and gets tagged down. Kawhi's going to have to turn on this. Abita with a super nice kill. 20 seconds left. Reality on VR could get both picks if they snap two. And they don't see Kawhi on the back line. It's a Relentless EU starting things off with a one-map win in this best of 5. Coming into this series, that's not what I expected, honestly. I thought Ascendancy was going to do a repeat of what we saw them do against Relentless and Vanguard in earlier this postseason, but Relentless EU are definitely in a rhythm right now. It's 4 maps, 1 in a row, obviously, considering they just came off of a 3-map win best of 5. And that might be the real challenge right now for Ascendancy, to warm up and get ready for this Relentless EU squad. We're now 2 maps away from going to another best of 5. And that's a real possibility with Relentless EU starting this with a map 1 victory. Go ahead and radio in that we are ready. Firing right into map 2. It's taken us to a little Miru night. Round 1. Map 1. Relentless EU on the attack. Ascendancy on the defense. And Relentless EU in the lead on the series, 1-0.
started.
Wow, and a pretty uncontested scanner plant here. I mean, nobody dead, only a few bullets shot, a few people at half HP. It's going to come down to this retake. Bambuza catches one with the nade. Counter utility and flashes coming in over the top. Ensign's here. Billiam can't catch Tay out. Scanner goes for the interrupt, gets caught out with a nade. Reality on VR trying to shut down the retake from Tabs and Abita, but Tabs and Abita connecting with utility, and then the upfront kills. The time going to become the enemy of Reality here. They try in one hand this scanner interrupt and can't clutch it up. Relentless EU. Opening up map 2 off of a map 1 victory with an offensive pistol round win. It's a nice way to crack into Miru for them. And Ascendancy got to bounce back from what is a bit of a momentum sink on their, on their side, and a boost for Relentless EU. I really feel like Relentless is dialing in right now. Vertimon's still front line on this defense here as Scanner goes down into the corner. Hawaii Angel needs to push out here. Catch a couple of kills, but the Ensign gonna make it hard. No, they actually will be able to get the Scanner. Ab's trying to get a little slice of cover here. Nice pop out from Tabs off the corner smoke. Tay catches Kawaii, who does drop Scanner. Nice pop out from Tabs again. They cross over and pick up Scanner. A 1v3 for Tabs now with 1 HP is going to be hard to do. 30 seconds left, no less. Tried to go for the scanner fake. Bambuza did get tagged there by them, but Tabs had such low HP with like 1, maybe 2 HP. They go down first in that exchange, and we're tied up 1 apiece. I think we're going to have an Ascendancy map 2 win here, and then we're going to go into who knows what for the rest of this series. That's my thought. Bit of a hush across the battlefield as no utilities coming out, no shots being fired. A smoke or two to the back line now of B as the push does come in. Counter utility on the site. The Ensign not quite landing where they wanted to. The entirety of this defense alive and well on the back side, ready to try to push in for this retake. Tabs on the quick corner goes down. Everyone else tucks in, drops back. Some attack with a good smoke, forces rotations out. Trusting the team to cover their angles. Now going to push up and try and peek onto Accurate. Dives into the smoke for cover. Pops back out to be a threat again, catching Abita. Scanner gets interrupted, and great teamwork there. Solid push in from Semtex. They're 7-1 so far on the half. 2-1 to Ascendancy. Looking up into the stars. A little signature for Ferdinand. Give him some luck. Give him some power. Ferdinand may well need it here because they are going to be getting pushed. Very much an A-side stack. Scanner here. Hands of Billiam, who is pushing up fast, trying to get it there in time. Past the ensign, does get there before going down to it. Scanner gets planted at the cost of their life and wasn't worth it as they tuck back in to defend the retake 4v4. Oh, that's a very good smoke. That denies the vision of most of this defense, but nades are still a big factor in how they're going to hold down this scanner. Counter utility comes in until Bambuza sticks their hand on it. I think they're out of grenades now, so they have to push out and shut down the scanner, interrupt, and that's going to be Tay. Almost not getting the scanner in time. That was a little scary. If they had messed around with it any longer, literally 2 seconds left, that could have been... That could have been. I mean, is that a strat? Just try and pile up a bunch of gear and grenades by a scanner. Make it hard to grab. East side. Got them an early point for Relentless EU, but they haven't scored since the pistol round, and so they're going to try pushing over towards A. It doesn't start good. An early pick there onto Billiam, and Bambuza at more than half HP tucks back to defend. Trying to shut down the rotation, but not really finding much. Reality and Bambuza on the back line, ready for B-side to get planted. 35 seconds left. The plant's gonna have to come through. Kawhi is gonna get it down relatively uncontested. Maybe they thought something was going to be coming their way from A side. Maybe they still do. Either way, Tay right up into the front lines here of who's left alive on this offense. Smoke doesn't really deny much vision there. Tries to catch Abita on the swing up. Gets tabs in the background. Kawhi shuts down Bambuza, and Reality on VR is alone in a 1v3 retake. If Reality one-handed 3 people while interrupting the scanner, I think it would be the craziest thing that's ever happened in this game. But a nice attempt. Nonetheless, you got to go for it. Solid push in from Relentless EU. And a well-timed point to be tacked on. It had been 3 unanswered, so very rarely I feel like do you see 4 unanswered points, 5 unanswered points in I just don't think we're going to see it in a series like this between these two teams. And I say that, I guess, with the map 1 being 9-5, but still. We are in for a very close back and forth today. Just waiting for a little bit of a push in here towards B. Scanner set up to the back of B, and Semtex shutting down the early cross in. It does prompt the rotation over towards A, one that Tay should certainly hear. Hopefully we'll be defending the stairs well, as Reality on VR really the main front line. There's Tay catching one. Reality on VR goes down. On the back line is Ferdinand. And now Tay trying to push up, doesn't get Kawhi angle. Exposed, and there's Abita. And there's 3 points quickly into Relentless EU's pocket. Quickly we tie this series up 3-3. I think we're going to be pretty dang close in Miru here, from even with the side swap. That is coming. Side swap's coming in 2 minutes. Or excuse me, 2 rounds. Yeah, maybe 2 minutes. B-side utility coming in. Semtex dodging the nade over top. Tay catches Abita on the rotation out. Nice pickup from Accurate. Billiam finding Semtex. Reality catches Accurate with the nade. Goes for Scanner in the chaos. And all the utility comes in from the offense. All of the counters coming in from Kiwi. The pick there. The counter nade over the top. Catches Bambuza out from Tabs. And a 4th point for Relentless EU. Maybe we burn through a quick best of 5 in 3 maps with Relentless EU to then go to a final best of 5 on a bracket reset. That's a real reality right now. Relentless EU are dialed in, and a 4-3 offensive half on Miru is pretty solid. Even if they go 4-4, 5-3 would be crazy. They would be in a really strong position on the side swap. Oh, Accurate with the nade. Ferdinand trying to hold down sight, but getting pushed from all the angles. Scanner is going down right in front of them. Abita will catch a nade kill on the back line. Reality on VR alone in a 1v5, and Relentless EU dominating their final offensive round. Coming away with a clean sweep and then swapping sides with a lot of momentum. That is so far a great map 2 here from Relentless EU. They are a completely different team going up against this Ascendancy squad. And it makes me kind of wonder, was that cliffside loss that they had against Ascendancy that's to start their series? Maybe that just completely disrupted their energy. The vibes. You know what I mean? The vibes off. Ooh, nice nade there from Accurate. Again, Accurate with the nade. Trying to stick the scanner interrupt. Tabs is here. Way behind everyone on the front line. Reality on VR comes barreling forward. The pistol round could go their way, but it's a 1v1. Tay and Kawhi at full HP. 10 seconds on the scanner. Kauai has to stick it, and I don't think they have time now. Tay is going to push out at full HP. Kauai tries to catch the shots, doesn't connect.
Scan complete. Round starting. Get
Ascendancy chip away at the lead. The nice offensive opener. Shout out to you fine folk tuning in and hanging out in chat. I see Prodigy's Veil. I see Goat Boy. I see Ryder Ellis. I see Farrells. Robert Tasm. Hey, those are some guys I know. Thank you all for tuning in. William trying to disrupt in the backline, but it's a super slow offensive rollout here with Reality on VR creeping and crawling up out of the stairs in the backside. Catches one kill, but goes down for their trouble. Tabs stays tucked in as Utility flies into the backline. Scanner goes down right under their nose, and Tay saves the day over the top of the shoulder of their teammate. Scanner does get planted, not before Accurate and Abita catch Bambuza on the rotate out. And it's a 2v3 retake here with Scanner down. Knife zipping over the head. Abita baiting out the Scanner interrupt. Gonna come flying out of the smoke. Looks for one, only gets one. The double goes to Ferdinand instead.
round starting.
Ascendancy say we're going to at least 4 maps today. This is not going to be a quick 3 and done. Just, again, a slow waiting game here for Ascendancy as Reality on VR catches 2 over at A site. Accurate trying to hold things down, catching a lot of Utility coming their way. A deep nade that doesn't quite get Reality on VR on the stairs. A counter nade coming up towards them that doesn't quite go in. That one does. A wonderful toss from Tay. Tabs will get the quick refrag, though, and Scanner's all the way at B, so it's been a good draw. Abita stayed at spawn, unsure where to go. They'll catch a kill, and the duo, Tabs and Abita, will try and crash down onto Bambuza and Semtex. Semtex kicking it off with a nice opener, and Abita's alone in a 1v2. 18 seconds left. Catches the first kill. Is going to flash up and push for the second kill. The drop back from Bambuza draws enough time for Abita to be too far from objective. It's going to be 3 Ascendancy points in a row. That takes map 2 to a 6-5 lead Ascendancy.
Round starting. Get ready.
right again for another slow rollout. It's been working for Ascendancy, even though they're not necessarily starting rounds off with the early picks. They are maybe drawing out this defense a little bit more. All the way down in the tunnels. East side seems to be the play, but they have defense ready to rotate out on the backside for the retake, and the retakes have been good so far. Oh, and somehow Semtax not catching that. Kill onto Billiam. Billiam super low, though, and Tay catching Kwai in the basement floor there. Kind of have some opportunities here. A low on-site defender.
30 seconds remaining.
Semtex catching one. Ferdamon scooping up Billiam just like that. 2v4. Here comes Ascendancy barreling in. Abita snaps up for one. Can't get two. Ensign is down on Scanner. It doesn't matter. Semtex catches the kill on the backside to Tabs on the rotation.
Get ready.
Ascendancy 2 away from locking in map 2, taking us to at least 4 in this best of 5. Whereas Relentless want to take this to a quick 3 map and done so they can move on to their second best of 5 that they have to win against this Ascendancy team right now. Big flash over the top. Well played by Tabs. Catches Semtex. Getting pretty aggressive on their offensive rollout there. Pushing up almost into B site. Again, just a slow, quiet rollout from Ascendancy. They do not want to get too aggressive too fast. And I think it's the pace they're trying to set. A little bit slower here. And more methodical. It's not quite going the way they are hoping. With Reality actually clearing out A, maybe it will. Why he gets a nade tossed to them that forces them back to the back of the crate. The scanner goes down on stairs, and time going to be a major factor here. Reality on VR going to have a hard time getting all these kills, scanner, plant, and everything in 5 seconds. And maybe even a little too slow from Ascendancy on that offensive point. But now I wonder what we're going to get. Is it going to be a fast push on this offensive rollout from Ascendancy? Are they going to try and overwhelm A side? And maybe you read into that. Maybe you just kind of stack B just in case. I feel like if you're going to push a side fast, it's going to be B side. A lot of utility here, and like I said, pace is changing. Very quickly do they get up onto that site, put the scanner down, and there's 5 alive. No one's rotated to B. The retake is on, and it's going to come down to this offense, shutting down Billiam and the likes of this side swing here. Semtex catches one. Abita shuts Reality on VR down on the front line. Semtex needs the second here and does get accurate. That's a big pick. Nice bait out. Bambuza on the short corner. Goes down to Abita. Semtex comes flying out and catches Abita. Puts Kawaii Angel into a 1v2. Scanner down. Time ticking low. That's a good nade toss. That's going to catch Ferdinand. They're going to spin for the second kill, but it's too late. 6 seconds left. Cannot stick it. Oh, they caught the kill too. That would have been so cool. I've never seen a pit. That's impressive enough. I should have replayed that. I don't think I've seen a one-handed pistol kill on Scanner in a competitive map like ever. Again, too late with the hand on Scanner, but pretty cool. Ascendancy take us to 1 point away from snagging a map and pushing us to at least 4. And now look again at the pace being set by Ascendancy. A lot like what they have been deploying on the attack. Very patient. Does put Relentless EU kind of on their heels. You know, they're really pushed back, almost in their spawn. B site kind of being forfeit seems to be the standard meta strat that we've seen sort of, especially over the postseason here. The retake is almost more worth practicing more than defending the site, just because it's so vulnerable to a lot of utility deployment, so...
30 seconds remaining.
Good read by Tay to flash that corner, because certainly could have gone a lot worse. Scanner does get right up to be uncontested. No real counter utility coming in. And I gotta wonder if it's because they saved it for this retake here. 5 alive on defense, although quite a few low health defenders. As Accurate can't quite find the Scanner in the smoke. Does reach out for it, and it's being interrupted now. The kill there connects. Semtex finds one. Tay and Ferdinand picking up a few themselves. Billiam on a big flank. Gonna need to get here in time. The pinch needs to happen now. 1 for 1, and time again gonna be the factor. That's how the map's gonna go to Ascendancy. They're not gonna get there in time to interrupt the Scanner. And we are guaranteed at least 4 maps this afternoon. Ascendancy bounces back in map number 2. A tough map 1 loss. What's going on with my hair, people? Holy cow. It's thinning. I'm losing it. A fantastic map 1 on, let's update that. What was it? Suna. Map 2 on Miru. Map 3 going to be Kitty. Frio and Cliffside are banned. And because we're going to go into a 4th map, it means that we're going to play Frio or Cliffside. That 4th map gets picked out of that banned map pool. So, let me go ahead, radio in, we're good to go. They're not waiting on me. And we should be diving into map 3. No subs, no pause. Relentless EU coming off of a 3-map series. Now guaranteeing a 4-map series in front of them. It's a lot of VAIL. They have to win this 4-map series now and then go into another best of 5. So, we'll see. We will see if stamina becomes a factor in these later rounds. I certainly assume it will. A quick shout out to everyone tuning in. Again, I appreciate you all stopping by. We have a nice crowd of folk. If you are new, please hit the subscribe button. This is the VRML Network. We do VR esports content like this across a bunch of different VR games. Onward, Pavlov, VAIL, Breachers, Orion Drift. We used to do Echo Arena. We've done a bunch of different games like Blaston and Ultimex and Final Assault as one of the more interesting ones, and RTS Lane Battler that I actually really enjoyed. But it's all broadcast right here on the VRML network, and so please do subscribe if you want to come back for any of that, if any of this interests you. Also, we do some custom content, some highlight reels, some interviews, stuff like that, all posted here. And if you want to get involved, you can just go to vrml.com, find your favorite game of choice. If it's VAIL, in this case, go to vrml.com/VAIL. You'll find all the Discord details and info that you need to know to get involved into VRML for the next season. We're going to dive into this third map, though. It's not a decider. It's not a do or die quite yet, but it is going to set the tone for the series as we get into map number 3 on Kitty. The pistol round, putting Relentless EU on the defense and the Ascendancy squad on the attack. Absolute denial of entry here on that offensive pistol round. 4 left alive. Relentless EU.
Round starting.
On Kitty, open things up nicely. I think Kitty's going to be tough. I think I don't know, man. We'll have to see what the offense looks like coming in here from Ascendancy. I think it should be solid, but I don't know what Ascendancy's offense looks like, what their attacking side looks like on Kitty. Whoa, where'd we go there? Abita in the smoke. Finally catches one, makes it 2, and Abita on fire here on the defensive half. Ferdinand finally shuts them down. Not before having to go against a 1v4, though. Tabs will catch the flank on Ferdinand, and a quick 2 points for Relentless.
Round starting. Get ready.
Yeah, that's an interesting note from Geaver. Those last few rounds came down to the 2 seconds for both scanner play. I mean, it would have been very close. A very close map 2 win, I guess, at the end of the day from Ascendancy, but still a solid bounce back from a 9-5 loss to win a 9-6 map 2. Really comes down to how they handle getting disrupted by a solid Relentless defense here on Kitty. Nice pick there from Ferdinand. Smoke comes in to zone out this offense from pushing forward. There's only 3 left. This could be the first offensive point for Ascendancy, timed as it is after a few points lost. Nice pickup from Accurate.
30
They're
seconds
gonna
remaining.
tuck back in, and that's a chip away at the offense. Makes it 3-3 and evens the odds.
Scan starting.
Scanner's down, pushes here. Nabita pushes up for the kill. Accurate on the back line.
Scan interrupted.
A solid
Round
hold
starting.
from the defense there. And I think game audio just went up a bit. Hold on, let me adjust that. Oh yeah, went up just a touch. Apologies for that being loud there on those gunshots. There we go, I think we're more in line. I had to change audio sources for myself at least. Inside baseball, peeling back the onion, stuff you don't need. Inside VAIL, I guess, maybe, not baseball. Push coming towards skate park, towards B. They certainly got Ascendancy the closest they've been to a round win here on Kitty so far. Accurate, staying tight. Tuck's gonna pop out late. Tay does catch Accurate here. A nice utility flash to zone them out. Grenades coming in, and the push on towards Billiam. Billiam still here, tucked in. They'll get caught out by Semtex. Scanner going to go down, and Abita and Accurate gonna try and push in for the retake. Scanner's down, 3 alive. Accurate jumping into the Hornet's nest, going to be surrounded, but finds the first. Crashing to the other side is Abita onto Scanner. Accurate continuing to swing. They'll go down to Semtex. 20 seconds left for Accurate to pop out. Catches one, looks for two, and Semtex catches the nade kill. It's an offensive point into Ascendancy's pocket.
Round starting. Get ready.
I see Secret saying that they should use the stream to determine where players are. We are on a delay to avoid that for a reason. A full round time of delay, so it's impossible to gain an advantage on communication. Ascendancy again, deploying a little bit of that more methodical approach on the rollout. Semtex is diving forward here and is going to catch Tabs off guard. Tabs will somehow get down to find the refrag onto Semtex, but does make it a 4v4.
Remaining.
Kawhi with a nice pickup there. Reality's gotten pretty deep into the enemy lines here on site. Oh, doesn't catch Billiam out. Gets turned on by Kawhi. Ferdinand catches that shot. Billiam super low on HP, so Ferdinand just needs to tap them with a bullet, and they'll find that kill. Scanner is going to go down right under Ferdinand's nose, and somehow they'll tuck back in. Billiam still low. Ferdinand finally catches one, makes it two. Tucks back down off the reload for the triple kill, the clutch.
Round starting. Get ready.
Some I mean, an amazing play right there from Ferdinand. Gets the scanner plant right under their nose. We do apologize for the replay breaking there. Should we try it again? There it is. Huge clutch. Back into the action. Tabs pushing forward here. Going to catch Reality on VR. Off guard. Semtex able to snap up. Pick up a quick refrag. Scanner comes flying in past Abita, and Bambuza going to get caught out. Abita with 1 kill. Going to push up for more. And everyone on offense getting kind of overwhelmed here as Accurate catches Semtex out. Ferdinand with 1. And they clutch it again. Has to find 2 and 3. Has the scanner down at their feet, so can scoop that up. Has Avita looking for toes, so has to watch their ankles. And Accurate has rotated back around to reconnect with Avita closer towards sight. So Ferdinand gonna have a tough one here. Just barely avoiding Abita's line of sight on this rotation. With 45 seconds left, I think actually could go to B. The rotation is going to be tough, though.
30 seconds remaining.
I think they can get past Accurate pretty undetected. Oh no, Accurate's actually going to hear the footsteps here. And Ferdinand is going to commit into the push. Abita will pop out for the kill. I think the rotation to of the other site would have actually probably been the right call, but you know, we have the ability to see through walls and look at a minimap. That's not something that's in game for these players, obviously. With that in mind, though, Ascendancy with a solid offensive half here, 4-2. Down 2 points, not actually that bad. On a map like Kitty, to even have 2 is solid. Nice nade there from Reality. Does get rid of one of the aggressors. Abita is going to push up here, though, and Reality will catch the second aggressor out. Accurate and Billiam both catching out. An offensive rotation over towards B site, and now Tay has to work their way up here. Scoop up the scanner and push towards Billiam. Hawaii also here. Billiam getting challenged. Right up in front of them is Tay. And something happened there, but Billiam
Get ready.
survives. Tay goes down, and Relentless EU put another defensive point on. Poking, a little bit of prodding, nades coming out to the back line, but a very tucked in Relentless EU defense. They want to snag this 6-2 lead here before the side swap. They do not want to go in 5-3. I think that's a little too close for them to feel comfortable. Semtex with a nice bounce nade catches tabs. Does start the push in as Semtex now trying to split this defense. Playing it quiet too. Syntax peeks out a little late. Catch is accurate either way. Nice pickup there. Abita now worried about the gunshots they're hearing behind them. Try and challenge themselves. And in that chaos, they go down and Scanner gets planted. Kawhi being an absolute menace here to this back line on the offense, trying to get rid of Ferdinand, but can't really. Ferdinand just staying tucked in and buying time. 25 seconds now. Billiam's the one that's pushing towards site as Kawhi finally catches Ferdinand. A trade there that does put Billiam alone in a 1v3. Just kind of spinning around here, trying to get Reality. Does catch Reality, but gets their ankles bit by Tay, and they will not get that 6 points. So a 5-3 side swap. 3 points on the attack for Ascendancy. That could be enough. We'll have to see what the attack for Relentless EU looks like. The pistol opener is a great way to slide in with an offensive point and get things rolling for you on an otherwise hard half for offense. The kitty typically goes defense. I got a lot, like 80%, I feel like. Utility coming out from this defense, and all of a sudden Reality on VR is all alone. Nice flash, but not enough of a flash. Doesn't blind the entire lobby, and too many alive and well on Relentless EU for Ascendancy to deal with. That's a tough round to let slip through your fingers if you're on the defense, but a solid opener for Relentless EU. Exactly what they needed, and the winner here goes to map and series point. Technically, if it's Relentless EU, and then they win this best of 5, we go to another best of 5. Solid defensive board coming in here, but a lot of kills connecting. Tay with a good bit of utility to try and stall out this scanner plant. Has a great angle onto it. Does go down to Kawhi. Scanner does get planted, and there's 4 left alive. Make it none on the defense. Relentless EU running away with Kitty here. 7-3. Nice opener. Tay Semtex connecting. Nice pop out from Semtex. Gonna shut down any rotation around to the backside. We just go with a beta and a beta as Kawaii goes down with scanner in hand. 5 left alive on defense. This is Ascendancy finally getting it together. Bambuza catching a beta out and not a single dead to stop the bleeding. 4-7, 3-point lead now for Relentless EU. Again, I appreciate all of you hanging out, tuning in, stopping by this afternoon. Nice long day of VAIL. Nice time peek there. Does only get 1. 3 left alive on defense. 3 on the attack, and they're going to push in to 1, holding things down. Ferdamon does get scooped up, shut down, denied, and this rotation going to get over towards A easily. They're going to be in good control of site. They have utility out and scanners down. 40 seconds left. Oh, and there's Taz with the double. It's Relentless EU in pursuit. Trying to snag a second map here, make it a third, make it into another best of 5. Just need 1. They've got themselves this map. You like how dialed in Relentless have been each and every round. They really are coming on with a bit of a different focus, it feels like, to these last few rounds compared to when they played Ascendancy in their first best of 3. Solid offensive push. Everyone's home. Scanner still hasn't gone down. Maybe they're a little worried about the on-site defense, but Toss not gonna. Oh, it does catch Billion, but not before Scanner goes down. Nice comms there. Reality on VR helping out Bambuza. Bambuza can't quite catch that kill onto the onsite defense. 25 seconds left. Has to push up. Reality on VR needs to clutch this or this map is done. 1v2. Can't catch the first. Accurate scoops it up. Relentless EU taking the map to it. One more to go for Relentless, and we go to another best of 5. That's what they're fighting for right now. The bracket reset, coming out of the losers bracket and playing 3 best of 5s is what it'll take for them to win. I don't know. We do apologize again for the scoreboard not having all the maps showing, but do believe that we are going to a 4th map now. Give the teams the ready up so that they're not waiting on me. And oh boy, we could be going the distance. It'll be a really long time be casting from. Oh boy. Well, right out of EU finals straight into NA finals, basically. Maybe I'll have to have Shimmy host. We'll see. It looks like everyone's in a timeout, though. Headsets are off. Everyone's paused, taking breaks. And so we'll be back on this end in 5 to 10 minutes for map number 4 in this best of 5 series with Relentless EU in the lead 2 maps to 1. Don't go anywhere. More EU grand finals coming up. welcome back, everybody. We are here and getting ready to dive into map number 4 of this best of 5 between Relentless EU and Ascendancy. And we're into the banned map pool because Relentless EU have taken 2 maps, Ascendancy have taken 1. And the way that a best of 5 works is that you start the series by banning 2 maps. If you play through the first 3 maps, then you go into the banned map pool. So, we head into map number 4, not 3, on Cliffside, with Ascendancy on the defense. Excuse me, Ascendancy on the attack and Relentless EU on the defense to start us off. Overall series scores are shown above you for maps 1, 2, and 3. We'll keep those there. Push B-side, White, Billiam, Ferdinand with a knife kill through the smoke. Ferdinand in reality finding kills here as now the retake coming in from Abita. Another knife kill. Semtex connecting for the double. A huge swing wide there. Puts Tabs into a 1v2 as Scanner finally goes down. A third. Semtex with a knife kill, a pistol swing, and a pistol kill at the end there. That knife kill there, that swing there, and then the final kill. Certainly a solid pistol round opener that puts Ascendancy in good standing here at the start of Cliffside. And they beat Relentless EU here last time they played. And they played this map in the postseason, best of 3. I think it kind of threw Relentless EU off that they lost that first map. I wonder if it's in their mind now as they lose the first round. Smoke, Tabs catches one. Tries to get out of the smoke, but is drowned in it. Tay blind fires their way to a kill. The retake coming in with Scanner down at B. Going to be hard for this trio. Abita waiting to spring out. Tay, oh my gosh, the double kill transfer. That was nasty. Super fast. Wonderful flick. Reality on VR shuts down Abita. Tries to get the double themselves, but Billiam evens the score 1 apiece in map number 4. Really nice snap there. Billiam enjoying his knife skin. Does not find a kill with it. Utility coming towards B though, and Tab's gonna go down to Semtex. Billiam sees the rotation. Scanner sitting at the back here of B, getting ready for that push in again. They need a refrag here, and Abita sets it off, finds Tay. They'll go down quickly to Ferdinand. And now as the push comes in towards site, Billiam denies Semtex entry. Over the top, Bambuza gonna rotate back out. On this rotation, could get caught out by Accurate if they're not careful. Does get across unscathed. A site is in control of Reality on VR, and so A is where the plant is coming.
Started.
Solid rotation from Ascendancy here. Ooh, and a nice opening pick from Accurate. Reality in a very meta defensive spot. Ferdinand, pretty standard defensive spot. Utility, plenty of it getting deployed here to disrupt this scanner interrupt. And Accurate gonna get it pretty much for free here on the swing. A huge nade from Ferdinand. Are they gonna pick up another triple kill clutch? The 1v1. Ferdinand, half HP. Scanner ticking down. And Ferdinand's not gonna... Yes, they are gonna buy enough time for this round to go into their hands. They may not find the kills, but they get the round.
Round starting.
The nade swing clutch from Ferdinand, absolutely huge. Take a look at the KDs. William 5-1. Ooh, B site. Not getting pushed at all right now. Feels like with this defensive setup that they do have, they really actually don't care about allowing Scanner to be planted at A. Maybe they almost prefer the retake. Obita catches the first. Ability coming over the top. Nice smoke there. Are they going to be ready for the short corner peek? No, they're not. Accurate Reality on VR. Battling it out. Scanner ticks down. Still one left alive. It's Tay. Trying to deny the scanner plant. They get a nade on it. 12 seconds left. Kawhi's able to get there in time. That's close, though. Whew. 4 seconds. Plenty of 3 seconds. Plenty left. Relentless EU tie up. Map 4. I think what will be the toughest is going to a map 5 and then into a bracket reset. I don't know who you have. You get. I think Relentless EU at that point are just burnt out. I would imagine. Another A-side push.
Scan started.
Another A-side retake. Tabs dodging that grenade. Following it up with some utility of their own, catching the frag onto Bambuza. Trying to push out of this smoke. Checking the meta defensive spots. Finds Reality on VR tucked in, and the scanner interrupt going through now. Not getting stuck in time, though. Popping out of the smoke is Tay, Ferdinand both going down, and plenty of time left for another interrupt. And I think this is the strategy of Relentless EU on defense here. I think they forfeit a site. Don't necessarily stack too heavy on the aggressive defense A side and almost play the retake. Because it seems like they're solid at the retake. And maybe it's kind of a trap almost for this Ascendancy squad. They feel like they're winning, like they're succeeding, they're getting Scanner down consistently at sight, but not able to hold it down. And even though, again, they get it down, this time they're down to 3 very early on. Tabs does get shot in the back, Tay, with a nice flank. Ooh, almost gets picked off by Billiam. If anything, slows them down for a moment. Not tucked into the standard defensive spots this time. Ferdinand does go down to Kawhi, though. In the smoke, Tay catches one with the nade. Pushes up to stop the scanner interrupt. Tries to draw out the rifle, can't. 14 seconds left. They still have Tay here alive and can't catch the kill. They're going to stick it. And plenty of time on that interrupt to make it 4-2.
Round starting.
Again, the retake working out for this defense. Nighthawk. That's a cool name. I don't mind that one. What's up, Nominic? Mel is cool. Hunter. VRT, Capze, General Wolf. Oh, a bunch of new folks. We got a lot of people rotating in this afternoon. Also, some familiar faces for the rest throughout the day. Farrell's a good steak. Thank you guys for hanging out throughout this. I mean, honestly, excellent EU postseason. Been a lot of fun broadcasting. Really good games. Really good games. A lot of fun. Billions scooping up Semtex. Reality on VR freeing up some space in the mid, but lurking in the shadows is Kawaii. Tosses out a bit of utility. Their position exposed. They're going to cut back with the utility nade. Drag almost catching them there. Scanner goes down and the retake is on. Billiam going to be pushing in from the side. Going to get caught out by Reality on VR. It's going to come down to the duo, Accurate and Kawaii here up from the north. Coming down in strong with the first pick on the Reality. They have accurate kill count. They should certainly know there's at least one here. Shots coming over the top from Ferdinand. Tries to turn and burn for the second. Accurate looking for the double kill. Flying in onto Tay. And Tay just trying to buy time. Is it enough? No. Another scanner interrupt, but a little bit closer this time.
Scan interrupted. Round starting. Get ready.
Last round of the half. A 5-3 offense for Ascendancy wouldn't be terrible. Not a single person damaged, dead, or been shot in this half until the retake coming out. And it's collapsing around this offense. Verdamon at least shuts down one. A couple of trades back and forth that end us into a 2v2. Make it a 1v1. Reality on VR. Trying to fend off Abita alone on scanner. They'll catch them. Reality puts a third on the board for Ascendancy.
We're switching sides.
Still a positive half for the Relentless EU squad. But Ascendancy taking 3 is pretty good. I think we'll see on the side swap what the attack looks like for Relentless. Can't remember. I think they maybe only got one round on offense last postseason matchup, or when they were playing this matchup, this map last weekend. That's what I was looking for. But we have swap sides. We've reset to the pistol round. For those who don't know or aren't as familiar with VAIL. After 8 rounds, you swap sides. First team to 9 wins. First team to 3 maps wins the best of 5. Right now, Relentless EU have 2 maps won, and just need this one to take us to a bracket reset. Ascendancy need 2 more maps to win, and then they've got themselves a grand champion in the EU region. In the darkness, Ferdinand gonna try and stick the smoke, the interrupt, and Accurate having a tough time knifing Ferdinand there. Ferdinand trying to like duck and dive and dodge the blade, but it does go the way of Relentless EU in the chaos. Ooh, nice pickup from Semtex. A site again, not going to be like heavily stacked with defense. A little trade there though. Does open up sight. Scanner going to go down with some well placed. Oh no, not going to go down. Tay catches him with a nade. Now Tay making an opportunity in front of them against Billiam. No, Billiam finds one. Is Billiam going to be ready for another? Down, they pick up the nade, try and toss it to the back line. They're getting pressed from all sides. They'll catch Reality on VR. Nice pickup from Billiam there. The 1v2 now in front of them. Scanner still down at A though. "30 seconds left on the clock. Billiam gonna have to do something.
30 seconds remaining.
And Buzo almost peeked out. Does catch Billiam looking the other way. And nice pinch, nice coordination, nice teamwork from Ascendancy, bouncing back as they have been doing all series long, keeping it close. I don't anticipate that if this map goes to Relentless, it'll be an easy one. If it goes to Ascendancy, we go to a 5th map, where we try and decide how this thing shakes out. Do we go to the bracket reset, or is it Ascendancy being crowned the champion? Because right now, Ascendancy is undefeated in this double elimination tournament. Tay creeping up. Catches one. Scanner goes down. Catches two in the back line. Finds the third. A triple kill for Tay. Comes in clutch. Stops the scanner. Yes, indeed.
Scan interrupted.
And that's a solid round right there.
Round starting. Get ready.
5-6 in map 4 right now. If you are just tuning in, we do appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the action. Hit that thumbs up button on the stream if you can. Does help the analytics and gets our channel out to more folks, gets more people interested in VR esports and tuning into the VRML network. Subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and otherwise, feast your eyes on Semtex pushing up here. Oh, and a dirty double. Might try to make it a little bit more. Can't turn it into 3. Goes down, but in chaos, Abita accurate, trading back and forth until Scanner is still alive and well and rotating towards A site in a 2v3. Oh, what a nade from Reality on VR. Perfectly thrown. Very well timed, and it actually draws Abita over. Bambuza catches the kill. Scanner is down at 6-6.
Round starting.
Ascendancy clawing back here on Cliffside. Climbing it like billy goats. If it's to victory, it means we're going to map 5 on Frio. That's what that means. It means we go to map 5 on Frio to figure out how this series ends. If Ascendancy win. If Relentless win, we go to a full-on best-of-5 bracket reset. And have another best-of-5 ahead of us. shutting down this A side push. Accurate does catch Bambuza. Semtex vulnerable on the rotation, does take some damage. In the chaos, Billiam on site. Catches Reality on VR. Trying to inch their way around the corner to see if Ferdemon's there. 45 seconds left. How do they hold this down? Semtex and Ferdemon. Scanner tossed across the gap. Ferdemon pops out for one. Tucks back in. Scanner's down on site. They are kind of, I think, waiting for Semtex to join and help them, but 20 seconds left. What a shot from Ferdemon. A very quick snap. 10 seconds left. Billiam is going to go for the scanner plant, and they'll find it. 1v2 in front of them. They find the first kill onto Semtex. Now it's up to Ferdemon in a 1v1. Is this where Ascendancy pile on and find a lead? Don't want to waste too much time baiting out. Want to force this peek from Billiam. They're going to get it. They're going to catch the kill. And then they're going to stick the scanner interrupt. And it's a solid point for Ascendancy. 2 more to go, and we've got ourselves a 5th map. Little celebratory fist pump from Ferdemon. Going off that sweet VRML pistol skin. Love to see it. We can't see it too bad. Saw it for a second. Ooh, accurate with the nade. Ferdemon tucked into the back line here. Trying to bring off this rotation. Needs reinforcements from the team. Scanner's gonna go down. There's a slow push up towards them, creeping and crawling. Boy, Angel has been effective on these spring traps sometimes. They've tucked in after a quick scanner plant. A lot of the defense chipped away early as well, and so Tay has to do a lot of legwork on this site, especially with Kawaii catching Bambuza in the trade there. Yeah, no chance pushing into 3 on that corner, and tied up 7-7. Relentless EU not letting Cliffside go easy. And I think this is how they played. This is how it went with Cliffside in the last best of 3 too. I'm pretty sure it was very close.
Started.
Ferdemon again. Alive late as the smoke dissipates, catches Kawaii. Not going to allow them to spring in the trap again. 4 collapsing in and 4 going down quick. Ferdemon trying to snap 2 for the multi-kill. That nade whizzes past their head, and they're going to tuck in for the scanner clutch. They're going to be able to secure it with Bambuza catching the kill over top, and with 20 seconds left, Ascendancy are going to take it to map point. 1 more to go, and we go to a map 5 series decider on Frio. Relentless EU so close to taking this to the reset, to getting more opportunities. And I guess having to play this team again in another best of 5. And I wonder what Ascendancy looks like in that second best of 5. Because maybe with a little more pressure, we'll be a little more dialed in. Semtex dialed in here. Doesn't catch the multi-kill out the gate like they did last time, and nobody on site stays alive as William catches Bambuza, so it's not a good opening defensive hold for this defense. Tay does pick up a double, though, and that does help a lot, evening the odds. Scanners down. It's going to come down to an interrupt and a crash. It's going to be a chaos, essentially. As soon as a hand gets planted on that scanner. Ooh, Tay with another nade kill. It's going to be the entire team crashing in, and here comes the crash in. Abita finds Tay with the nade. That means they have to drop back and put their hand back on that scanner. And it's on that. It's hands on scanner. Abita has to crash up. Doesn't get Ferdinand. Ferdinand catches the kill with the pistol. It's Ascendancy in map 4, and we go to a 5th to figure this thing out. We go to a 5th. All right. This Ascendancy squad, they've been playing good. I don't know if we've seen them on Frio. So I have no idea what to expect from Ascendancy here on Frio. Maybe they did play it once. I think they lost, though. I can't recall. But for map number 5, to decide if we're going to a bracket reset with Relentless EU and starting this whole thing all over again, or if Ascendancy are going to be crowned our champions, jump into the action. For map number 5 in this best of 5, I apologize for that. Maps 1, 2, and 3 scores are shown above you. Maps 4, just know, went to Ascendancy. 9-7, I believe. Yes. Moving a lot of utility up over the top. Couple of early picks to put the retake in full effect here. Semtex on the back line trying to scoop up some kills. Does catch William. Can't get more than that. Come down to reality on VR, trying to push through what is a surrounded offense.
Round starting.
Relentless EU with a very early offensive point locked in. The pistol round opener tucked in. Frio, I really don't know what side it favors, because I feel like it depends a lot on how you play defense. More than any real, I don't know, any map. It's just odd. It's just how you can play so aggressive. You can catch these corner swings. You can play tucked in and reserved. You can go for the retakes and the big reverse swings on the backside, like we're seeing Ferdinand pull off right now. Scanner coming into sight here. Bambuza gonna try and push through the smoke and shut it down. Does end up falling to the ground, and Tay try and get a nade out towards B. Gonna draw off the gun, doesn't get it onto accurate, and on the big swing is Ferdinand with Scanner going down into the 1v2. And a nice bait here. Good smoke. Well played by Kawaii, who catches the kill. Ferdinand almost comes in with the clutch on the retake, but it's Relentless EU up 2-0 in map 5 right now. Winner of this map, if it's Ascendancy, gets their skin in the store. If it's Relentless, takes us to a bracket reset, another best of 5. Tay popping out to shut down a little bit of this push. Doesn't want want to overextend. Drops back for more utility and tucks in with the rest of their team. Scanner not quite pushed up or planted yet, but here comes the A site push. Nice smoke to stop any sort of advance up for the retake, and a nice swing wide there. Bamboozle with a quick refrag, and it's a 2v3. Good eye from Tay on the back line. That smoke actually allowing them to focus their attention in that direction. Good flash over the top as Tay comes flying into the back line. Finds one in their wake. Bamboozle scoops up another. Tay has to find this kill in the trade. We'll let Bamboozle interrupt. As Ascendancy does. A quick answer back. 2 rounds lost, 1 round won. Maybe it's how they prefer it, who knows. But Ascendancy is on the board in map number 5 of this best of 5. Site on the menu for Relentless EU. They tried and got close once. Couldn't quite get it this first time. Maybe now the second time. A little more success. Although, where is that scanner plant and when is it going to be going down on A? There's 3 left alive still here. Semtex, a bit of a thorn in the side of anyone trying to plant that scanner. Doesn't need to overextend either. There's a minute 20 for this 4-player offense to figure out what they want to do with A, because they are all stacked around, ready and waiting for that scanner plant to come through. Ready and waiting for a defender to poke their head out. Semtex says, okay, there's 4, 3, who knows how many players on scanner. Tries to get the knife throw out, doesn't hit that. A trade 1-for-1 on the outside edge leaves Billiam and Accurate into a 2v2. Accurate gonna drop down and look for the picks. Doesn't find anyone on the outside. Does mean they're up through the middle. Billiam catches out Semtex, and I like the tuck coming in here from this defense. No one actually up top. And Bamboozle are gonna try and bait it out. Here's the grenade prime. Gonna go for that kill, and Accurate finds the drop down. Tried to go for the drop shot on with Bamboozle there, and no success. Relentless catching them in the air. Back to the 2-point lead. Back to B site. A, it worked several times there for Relentless EU. I don't think they've found success on B. Bamboozle tucked in on the other side of the smoke. Picks up a double before going down. Scanner is at B. Does get scooped up, and then they rotate off. Catches Accurate on a rotation, and there's a 2v2 here with Semtex trying to figure out where the scanner is, I think, and the scanner is down on the backside, and I wonder if the callout's coming in from Ferdinand that they hear the scanner. Tabs catches the nade toss, a wonderful throw there. They're going to pick up that scanner, and on the rotation, Hawaii's going to catch Semtex out. Relentless EU on offense on Frio, up 4-0. 4-1, excuse me. Oh, and Avita flies in for a triple kill. B site on the menu, and the plant coming in soon. Scanner lagging a touch behind, but Accurate will get there, and Scanner does go down. 2v2.
Scan started.
And Avita again, the 4th kill. Can they find all 5? Nade comes in over the top. Doesn't connect. Tay still alive. Into the 1v2 for Tay. Accurate's the one that finds the final kill, and it was almost a full ace from Abita
Get ready.
up against the Ascendancy defense there, but solid job either way, and Relentless EU is locked in on Frio. I see why Cliffside was banned, probably from Relentless EU, so that Ascendancy wouldn't be able to play it, and I imagine Frio was banned by Ascendancy, so Relentless EU couldn't play it. That's what it feels like now, because this offense is dialed in, and they continue to find points. That needs to be stopped by Ascendancy here, and Bambuza starts things off with an early pick. Nice pop out from Bambuza. A serious threat here as Tay also catches a kill. Bambuza gonna drop around to the other side, trying to throw off Kiwi Angel. The flash there, I think, actually catching Bambuza out as Billiam catches Reality on VR, trying to rotate around. 3v2, Billiam right here up through the middle, and a nice catch from Ferdinand. Ferdinand then swings out, looking for Kawaii Angel. They know they're here. Kawaii finds one, transferring over, looking for more. The nade not gonna connect. A minute left for them to rotate over to that scanner and get it down, and Ferdinand catches them with the instant. Just a touch of damage is all that was needed, and the Ascendancy, I don't know, their defensive half just not quite going too great here. A 3-5 defensive half does mean a bit of an uphill battle for them on the side swap. A 2-6, that's gonna be tough. Big rotation from Semtex gets denied. Rest of the team knows that it's a B-side push after that. Getting very aggressive. Tay catches one out. Bambuza finds the beat. Tay spins for another and can't get accurate. Scanner goes down, and as the smoke dissipates, Bambuza finds themselves trying to cover a lot of different angles. Great flash there, but Kawaii still able to find Bambuza. Another coming through from Tabs on the back line. That nade forcing the rotation of Kawaii, catching the rotation out, and now
We're switching sides.
swap sides, go back to pistols, and Relentless EU 3 away on defense from taking us to a bracket reset.
Started.
Tabs pushing through the smoke, finds nobody home at sight. There as they go for the scanner interrupt. Abita's going to stick it in the smoke, and if everyone dead, a very clean pistol round from Relentless EU. One going down. Wonder what the mindset's like in Ascendancy now. Staring down the barrel of another best of 5 ahead of you. Relentless EU, they've been playing for this. They knew that coming out of the losers bracket would be a challenge, that they would have to do this bracket reset. Bambuza catching Billiam. Kawaii with Semtex going down there. Okay, able to pick up the quick refrag. Keeps things moving forward for the offense. Tabs getting very aggressive. Right up into this front line of this offense. Gonna catch Ferdinand out. Pushes out for more, but the flash slows them down, and Bambuza able to pop out for that kill. Abita's found several multi-kills today so far. They're going to pick up that double kill. That's a beautiful transfer. to Tay, who does find the refrag onto Abita, and with scanner down, it's going to come down to accurate in the 1v1.
Scan started.
Scanner's down. Accurate going to push up for the interrupt. Going to try and bait Tay out here. Tay's not going to go for it. It's too early for that scanner to try and actually be interrupted. Nade comes out. Tay does move, and now the sprint's on. Now Accurate hears and knows Tay's location. Tay is just trying to continuously run in a circle and stay away from Accurate. They'll do just that, forcing Tay to turn around for the kill, and Ascendancy finally get an offensive point on the board. 2, I think, or 3 unanswered points there, but as they do, they manage to come back at some point. Whether it's after 2 or 3 points, it seems to happen pretty consistently lately on the start of these halves as well, and so comeback train has to come through for Ascendancy. Now the big clutch, 6 in a row, 5 in a row round wins need to be pulled out right now on offense. When Billiam almost catches 2. Tay able to at least tag Billiam down and open up an option of pushing through middle here. Still has to worry about Kawaii Angel, who also has extended out into the middle of the cargo crates. Tay is going to peek around looking for it, but Kawaii more prepared and ready for that swing. Catches the kill. Reality shuts down. Accurate keeps it to a 3v3. The tension escalating here as we get deeper and deeper into the rounds in this best of 5. The 5th map of this best of 5. Do or die for Relentless EU, very much so. Tossed in, doesn't connect. Scanner does go down. I think the play relies on, in a lot of ways, tabs finding some connections on their flank, and this defense is set up in a way that they're not really too vulnerable to that flank for a little bit. Nice pickup from Bambuza. On the back line, it comes in tabs. 20 seconds left, and now they have high ground. Ferdinand wins that trade and chips away at the Relentless EU lead. 2 offensive points in a row. Take a quick look at the KDs. Ooh, and a nice nade there from Tay, getting rid of Billiam up through the center. Still has to worry about Kawaii Angel. Consistently been that second element in this mid. Tay most certainly should be ready for more, and doesn't look like they want to quite overextend. Small advantage they have gotten. Tabs trying to find some kills here in the cargo crates, but going to find the angle, and Kawaii Angel is going to push up. Wants to catch the back there of Semtex, and almost does. Super far out and forcing Tay out onto the rotate. Tabs will support Kawaii Angel over the top. Tabs will also pick up a second kill onto Semtex, and that's good way to set Relentless EU up for success here. Try and put this up to a map and series point.
Seconds remaining.
We're going to stay on Kawaii Angel because I think they're going to be the most important element in denying scanner plant at A. Certainly coming in with Bambuza, and they are going to get it down. defense comes crashing back. 4 alive. They got to stack heavy. They got to use their numbers advantage here. As they come in, they are going to find some success. Pick up a couple of kills over the top in the back line. Ooh, there's a frontline kill from Ferdinand. Vital to shut down Kiwi Angel. Going to come down to all of it on reality on VR, and no. 20 seconds left. Scanner interrupted. We go to map and series number 1 point for Relentless EU.
Match point.
Ascendancy need to put 5 rounds in a row if they want to become champion. That's all that separates them from being champ, from getting that skin in the gun store. Getting the gun skin in the in-game store. Woo! Been a long day of casting, okay? Good nade there, Tabs with that jump throw over the top. And I like to see the A-side rotation. They're going to go for another scanner plant. Counter push from Kawaii Angel. It doesn't quite come up in time, but they are going to fly in quick, and now they've already got control of sight. What does Ferdinand do in this situation? They find 1, 2, and 3 going down. They're going to spin for that kill. No. Billiam turning up the heat on sight. The push comes in. Reality on VR. Still left alive, trying to hang in for their team. Time ticks down. Tabs has to get Scanner. And Reality peeks it, catches Tabs. The team hangs on. Ascendancy with another offensive point. 4 away from grabbing themselves a championship and finishing this thing. 1 away from Relentless EU, taking us all back to another best of 5. Kawaii Angel's trying to something different. They have some padding here to get aggressive, to throw off a little bit of an off-meta strategy. And Angel here really far pushed up. And I gotta wonder if Tay has heard the footsteps just around the corner here. If they're going to be ready for a short corner defender there. Yep, trades that I think ends up working out okay for the attack here. Billiam actually in a very nice spot. Accurate popping out to catch 2. Billiam didn't need the swing. Accurate did the legwork down the long lane there. And Scanner down. Ferdinand has to try and chip away at this defense from the flank. Definitely not going to be easy, but got to start somewhere. Tabs goes down on a big cross out. Abita has pushed up and tucked in to the other side of these crates, so I don't know if Ferdinand is going to catch them, and they will. It's a 2v2 now. Semtex has some time, about 10 seconds, to try and catch some kills. Billiam finds the first and the second. Billiam with the double. It's Relentless EU. Taking us to a bracket reset. We go to a whole nother best of 5. A whole nother best of 5, and I think we're going to take a break. I don't know what the teams are going to want to do there, but Relentless EU come out on top out of that loser's bracket to challenge the undefeated Ascendancy team that beat them earlier in that best of 5, the best of 3, and now we go to a bracket reset. and a bit of a break, quite frankly. I'm negotiating timeout time here between these series. Looks like we are going to go into a 15-minute break so that headsets can be charged and players can get water, prepare for another best of 5. And we're still here in the EU postseason double elimination tournament. We are not going anywhere. It's going to be 15 minutes from now, and when we come back, it's the true grand finals. It is the losers bracket grand finals because both teams will have lost a series in this double elimination tournament, and whoever wins comes out on top. Whoever wins secures themselves a gun skin customized and sold in the store. Portions of that revenue shared with the winning team. It's an awesome prize pool, only possible because of the support from Axe Labs, the developers of VAIL. Fantastic sponsorship from them. We always appreciate their contributions into the competitive VR esports space. They're very dedicated to the community, and we really appreciate everything that they are able to do for the VRML. So a big shout out to them. We really do appreciate that. A big shout out to you folks at home, as we do really appreciate you all tuning in. But we're going to cut to a break. When we come back, another best of 5. We're not quite done yet. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the VAIL VRML EU Season 4 Grand Finals. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am your sole conductor into today's final matchup of the EU regular season, the EU postseason. Season 4 is done for EU after this best of 5. Guaranteed we have a champion here after the bracket reset. It's been a long road for those that maybe are just tuning in for how we got here. 3 weekends of postseason gameplay, 12 weeks of regular season gameplay, all amounting to these 2 teams both ultimately losing a series and now challenging each other in a end-all be-all best of 5, a bracket reset off of Relentless EU, coming out just barely on top. I mean, I would say Frio was pretty solid, a pretty solid win. So they have a lot of momentum, but coming out on top with a solid series win, we now go in, do it all over again. They get to ban 2 maps. I imagine it's going to be Cliffside and Frio again. And to no surprise, we actually start on the same map that we did in the last best of 5. I think we went on day last time though, but now we go to night. Map number 1. Relentless EU versus Ascendancy. Ascendancy on the attack, Relentless on the defense for the first 8 rounds. And then we'll swap sides. And the first team to 9 rounds takes the map. That's how the game works. Maybe you're just tuning in and going, what's this game? It's VAIL. That's how it works. Pistol round opener in round 1 as well. Silent push until it wasn't. Here comes the full collapse towards A. Trade on the edge there. Scanner should go down at A shortly. The smokes are here to provide cover for that plant. Goes down in the corner, and a retake coming in over the top. A nice little duo here. Trying to fend off Accurate, who will catch one. Tay able to scoop up another. Accurate finding more. Leaves it just down to Ferdinand. Brandishing that skin, pistol VRML skin, trying to clutch up. Ooh, finds one, has to spin and reload. Tries the dual wield kill the second, and I don't know if that was the best choice. Accurate only got shot by 1 bullet, I think, but a nice try. 5 seconds left, plenty of time for that interrupt to go through. Relentless EU in map number 1. In this best of 5, take the lead. Round 2 we go. Looks like a heavy B-side setup here, trying to push in on this catwalk. Kawaii Angel gonna be a bit of a problem. They're also got to be worried about Accurate, Billiam, nades, and utility colliding in that catwalk there. Bambuza picking up 2. Reality on VR on the front line here as well. A flank coming in from Billiam might pay off. It's a double kill there at the end. The lock-in round number 2 for Relentless EU. Some good lessons to be learned here. If you are the Ascendancy squad, you now maybe should anticipate a little bit more aggression from Relentless EU here. Starting to feel confident in their abilities after winning that best of 5 just a few minutes ago. If they can do it once, why can't they do it again, they must think. They've done it twice already today, technically. That's their second best of 5 win they've got. It would be pretty dang impressive if they managed to make it 3 best of 5 wins to come out on top in that #1 spot. I like the bounce off the corner there. Almost caught. Tabs out on the back. And a nice pickup here from Ferdinand. Tabs does go down. Kawaii, accurate, Billiam. All that's left is accurate finds one. The push definitely going to A site, not B. And now it's going to be up to Semtex to hold down and deny this rotation. And they are going to tuck in. They are going to catch accurate out. They are going to be a threat and a thorn in the side of this retake. With 30 seconds left, Bambuza taking down Kawaii. The swing there for the trade. The trademark of ascendancy. Bouncing back after 2, no more than 3 rounds scored in a row. Very consistently. It's almost like once you get 2 up on ascendancy, you should really just change everything on how you play that third round. Couple of test grenades coming out. Nothing connecting. Kawaii Angel holding the angle. Waiting for Semtex to swing, and it is going to be a slow swing for Semtex, and they're still going to win. That's a big exchange. Bambuza getting pressured hard by Tabs. They tuck in and wait for Tabs to pop out. Where'd the bullets go? I do not know. 1 HP on the Tabs there. Semtex hearing something amiss. Let's go for a nade toss. Does manage to snag a bullet on the Semtex. Scanner is down. Does get scooped up. Semtex very low. And this cross not going to be free. Billiam holding it down. And Billiam, the one that's going to find the kill. Good defensive hold so far from Relentless. Map 1, 3-1. I think Ascendancy, if they can take 3 offensive points, it'll put them in a decent position for the side swap. I think that's all they need. So the fact that they got 1 is okay. The time is running out. 4 more rounds left in front of them. I mean, they could take them 4 in a row and then have that map, that lead on the side swap. That would be ideal. Nice flash over the top. Does back off Hawaii. Gonna need another one to keep him blind in the trade there. Reality on VR manages to catch the nade. Accurate still alive. Trying to hold things down. They need support from the side. They're going to get it. Accurate. Getting forced into the line of fire for Reality on VR. As Reality hears the rotations behind them, they put out a bit of utility, some nades. Scanner goes down. Big rotation from Abita coming in as Ferdinand shuts down Billiam. Abita in the 1v3, and Ferdinand picks up the second. Ascendancy chip away at the lead. Like I said, I think 3 is good. They could take 5. The half could be theirs. The side swap would be solid. It's a toss-up, honestly. Relentless EU have been playing so good. So have, I mean, Ascendancy are right there battling every inch. Took 2 maps, obviously. Took us to that best of 5. Their Cliffside is very solid. Consistently beating Relentless EU on Cliffside. Or no, maybe they... Yeah. Yeah, they did. Hard to remember. Utility doesn't connect on tabs. They're going to be a major threat to this advance. A little popping out and decide that they don't want to engage with that whole team, but they'll take a slice. 2 kills coming in with the help of a nade from the back line. A little pressure from Catwalk coming in from Semtex, who does get a nade on the tab. A nice one at that. Down on the bottom is Tay with a double, and just like that, you blink and Billiam is all that's left on the defense, trying to stop this scanner from going down at B. Problem is, Scanner's down in the middle of that street there. I don't think Billiam knew that. I think if Billiam had known that, they would have held where they were holding, because they had the option of forcing Semtex out into the open. Scanner does go down, though, and Billiam's 7 and 3 so far on the half. Semtex 6 and 4, so right there with them. They actually will have the same KD if Semtex finds this kill. Oh, and Semtex not ready for Billiam to be behind him. Billiam scrambles up top. Can they get to it in time? I think so. It's going to be really close. 2 seconds left on the clock. But they'll snag it. And a good clutch there from Billiam. Goes 8 and 3. Pushes Semtex to 6 and 5. And the kill leader stays the kill leader in the lobby. Two more rounds to go, and then we swap sides. Maybe we go to a 4-4. Maybe Ascendancy don't pick up another round in this half. When Semtex not ready for Kawaii to come barreling around the corner. Into a little resistance. Tabs here. Does a great job of slowing things down, and I like Tay trying to catch Tabs on that rotate, but can't. Good instinct comes out. Billiam still able to defend, but not quite as effectively. Not able to jump up to that 3/4 cover and hold that angle. A lot of action off of that. Bambuza does catch one. Doesn't get the drop shot from Tabs there, though. A nice pick from Tabs. They're going to scramble back up to stop Scanner. Nade comes in. Tabs drops back down. Scrambles back up to stop Scanner. Has the overwatch of Kawaii Angel as well. And Scanner slowly working their way there. Do not have Reality on VR at home. Unfortunately, the Scanner was not able to get pulled over towards A site where they had control. Reality does catch Tabs. Doesn't catch Kawaii up top, and 5-2. Relentless EU. Trying to crawl out of the mud through the loser's bracket. Defeating the number 2 seed in Vanguard. Beating Ascendancy on the 5th map of a best of 5. And now leading 5-2 on map 1. And another best of 5. Eventually, stamina may become something worth talking about more with this relentless EU squad, but so far, so good for them. Even now, the 3v3 lost control of A, still not too bad. They should be able to execute some semblance of a retake as long as accurate can connect. They can't. Scanner goes down, and now the rest of the attackers tuck in. Reality and Bambuza very low on HP. There's Reality getting caught out by an eye. There's Accurate. And Bambuza both going down with 20 seconds left. It's going to be a solid defensive half coming in from Relentless EU. 6-2 on Suna is pretty clean. And it's going to be tough to replicate on the side swap here on the Ascendancy side. Because Relentless EU has some momentum. They are coming off of a best of 5 win. They are 4 points ahead here, which is one of the bigger leads I think anyone's had against Ascendancy in the postseason. In the smoke, and no, it does not connect. The duo shuts that down. No knife kills showing up on the kill feed yet. William flies out, forces the rotation from Tay. Scanner should come down at A site, and it's going to come down to the duo Reality and Ferdimon stopping it. Coming through. They do not want to lose this pistol round, but could be a quick offensive point locked in here. One of 3 that Relentless EU need to take this first map. From Reality.
Round starting.
Relentless EU take a important offensive point very early. Sets the tone, puts them in a nice position where they just need 1 to take it to map point. And it really feels like momentum is in Relentless EU's favor right now. And an absolute sweep coming in from Relentless EU. A nade from Bambuza over the top does connect. MTEX is on a long flank here, and they may have a nice pinch coming together soon, as long as someone's caught out by Kawaii Angel there. Bambuza going to try their hand at a flank next. There's a little catwalk ensign, and there's the 2v1 in front of him. Has to push, otherwise going to get that flank hitting him soon. Doesn't matter as Kawaii wins the fight. Tabs was right there to pick up the kill also. We go to match point. Relentless EU are in control. 8-2 on map 1 here. NA will happen at 2 p.m. PST. Even if EU is still going, NA will start. Shemi Marui will be the host there. Nice dive out from Accurate. accurate. Tabs here flying up the side on the hunt for this kill, and they'll find it. Abita, actually the one that catches for them. On Semtex flies out for a double. Scanner goes down, and the team has some time to recollect and push back towards B. Accurate gonna scoop it up. Finally, Scanner does get planted.
Started.
Bambuza in reality on VR. Just flying in here. Abita goes down in a flash. A nice swing from Bambuza. Picks up 2. Hawaii in a 1v3. Scanner is down. 20 seconds left. They go for the interrupt. They're going to go for the swing wide, and reality on VR reads it nice. Ascendancy hanging in there for map 1. 3-8.
Match point.
And yeah, we're talking about stamina now. It's comments in chat. It looks like Ascendancy are actually maybe getting a little bit worn down, a little tired. They're into their second best of 5, but it's the third best of 5 for Relentless they've played today. It'll be a heck of an achievement to come out of this loser's bracket and win this bracket reset rematch. They're not letting this through. The scanner goes down to the backside of A. Bambuza and Tay. Everyone picking up kills there on that half, and it's going to keep saying match point every single round until and if Ascendancy take it to an 8-8. Then it will still say match point, but it'll be the last one. Oh, and Semtex picks up a double. One good round here. One good setup. Accurate and Billiam chipping away at the on-site defense. A lot of utility getting deployed. A lot of zoning as nades come in as well. Have control of B relatively. The flank coming in from Bambuza is going to be in a little while. Semtex trying to slow down what is the push in onto them. The double players swing on the outside here, and Semtex can't find either. Bambuza waiting for this team to rotate around to try and get that scanner plant. 40 seconds left. They're dropping back, tucking in. Scanner's in the hands of Billiam, and they're going to go for a full rotate over to A site, and I love to see this swing. Bambuza should be keyed into this, but they're still playing it cautious. They have an opportunity to catch Billiam out. No, now they don't. Scanner going to go down. Accurate going to tuck in. It's going to be a long run to get over to site. 40 seconds. Relentless EU trying to clutch up this map. Start off this best of 5 in the lead in the series. How safe does Relentless play it becomes the question. Bambuza trying to bait it out. Not gonna have time. That will be that. Relentless EU will take the first map. What is happening here? Relentless EU. Losing to Ascendancy early in this double elimination bracket. Ascendancy beating them in a best of 3 at the time. And then coming back through that loser's bracket, beating the number 2 seed Vanguard, and challenging Ascendancy again for the rematch, going to a map 5, best of 5, bracket resetting, and now in the lead off of a 9-4 win on Suna. Relentless EU are in a bit of a rhythm right now, and it's dangerous if you're Ascendancy trying to go up against this team, because they are settling in and they are looking good right now. Despite all of the 5 hours plus of VAIL that Relentless EU have been playing, it is impressive. It is super impressive. And we're going to dive right into our second map. Very little time in between maps. Maybe because we need to preserve battery power. We need to use it when we have it. These guys have been playing for a long time. And we're going to use it. Into map number 2 we go in this best of 5. It is very much going to be Meteor Night. Nice little push up here from Billiam. Scanner down. Their retreat route cut off though, and really has to kind of just fend off what is a big push. The nade they threw does not connect. The retake coming in from Ascendancy. It's like I think I called it earlier. I think Ascendancy prefers retaking on some sides. I don't know if it was this map on Miru. Accurate will go down, not after catching 2. And Ascendancy interrupt the scanner and lock in their first defensive point. A solid pistol hold from them, a very nice retake. Well coordinated, and we're into it. Map number 2. Done this dance before. Nice kill there. Bambuza popping out, shutting down Scanner plant. Now Scanner's down at B. Really forces the hand of this Relentless EU squad. With a really nice pickup on the Bambuza, though, does set them up, chipping away at this defense. You got to recognize Scanner is down at B, and all they really need to do is hold a few late lines of sight, because they're going to have to cross over to scoop that Scanner up. Nice peek out. Reality on VR with a quick snap back. Scanner does go down from accurate. They don't drop back off the site. Instead, pop out for a surprise. Not a double kill. Reality shuts it down 1v1 with a beta being smoked out of their line of sight. Reality on VR has hand on the Scanner, and Abita doesn't know this because when they put their hand on it, the flash detonated.
Round starting.
I think that is what happened. I think when they went for the scanner interrupt, that flash detonated on the corner and interrupted their ability to hear that audio cue of the hand going onto the scanner for the interrupt. So solid point there from Ascendancy. They're up 2-0 on map 2. Bambuza Tay connecting. Tabs trying to work up and push back this defense, but again, I think Ascendancy doesn't really mind retaking B site, especially when they have a 5v3 advantage. Trying to come through that smoke and stop the scanner interrupt. Everyone home, and even on the back flank, Tabs does get picked off. It's a nice strategy. I wonder if we see it much from Ascendancy in the last best of 5. I feel like I've talked about it. But it's very clear that they stack their defense in a way that's very passive on B. And we'll see how it works on A. As the push most certainly coming here. Nice peek in there from Tabs. Tate does catch Billiam with a nade. Utility going to be coming in there towards site. Scanner does go down. Push into the smoke, and they're going to go down. Hand still on Scanner. No, shut down by the nade. Kawaii Angel and Abita connecting with their kills, and Relentless finally stopping the bleeding, and a lot like Ascendancy, not allowing too much of a lead to swell up there. Especially on Miru, if they do take 3-4 offensive points, I mean, especially 4, I think they're in good shape on the side swap. They've got momentum off of a map 1 win, a series 1 win. Billiam cracking open A site with an early kill onto Reality. Semtex is able to get a quick refrag back with a nade. Scanner does get to site and does not quite go down here at A site. They're a little bit nervous with all this utility smoke, and now defense pushing in. Kawaii swings wide. Ferdimon finds the quick refrag on the backside. The push in from Abita catches Semtex down, and it's Ferdimon alone in a 1v2. Nice peek from Abita, and another point.
Round starting.
Relentless EU chipping away. Relentless EU trying to make this so that when they go to map 3, it's the series decider. It's the decider on if they're the #1 team in the EU region. Now, if you want to see what players see, here we go. It's going to be a little bit of a B-side push coming in here, though. Nathan Utility come in. A push out from the smoke and a little turn and burn there from Bambuza. Abita trying to rotate over to the scanner. Is alone in this 1v3. Very likely here. Jumps, tries to catch Bambuza on the corner, and Ascendancy
Get ready.
continue to put on a solid defensive half. 2 more points to go. 6-2 puts them in a good spot for the side swap. A pistol round win sets them up to be very close to that map 2 victory and taking us in to at least 4 maps this afternoon in our final best of 5. We'll turn the bells and whistles back on. The ability to see through walls, the lasers to indicate lines of sight, and shots connecting there from Bambuza. Semtex with 2 nade kills. One bouncing off the wall there, the instant burning away at anyone trying to plant. K catches a kill. The offense getting completely denied here by Relentless EU as Semtex scoops up a double.
Round starting. Get ready.
Fast and furious on the denial of B there. Signing that finalist skin. You love to see it. Doing a triple. How many times do you assign that bad boy? Big A side push. Reality going to be the main force of the counter here, but Abita's going to catch the shots through the smoke. Tay with a double kill nade that comes flying in. Semtex with a nade themselves, and very quickly we move on to the next half. We swap sides, and Ascendancy 3 away from locking in a map 2, taking us to at least 4 maps. See some folks asking in chat if I'm doing NA after this. I do have Shimmy Marui ready to go to cast North America when that starts at 2 p.m. PST. That's in 40 minutes. You don't have to worry about me, but I do appreciate the sympathy. It's been a lot of fun, so I've been enjoying it as we do. Ooh, a nice nade there from Abita. Lobbed in and not interrupting the scanner plant, but at least starting off their retake. This is the pistol round that they really want to lock in. Ferdinand springs wide, doesn't catch the kills, and it comes down to Reality on VR, who picks up 2, tries to stop the scanner, interrupting, can't connect through the smoke. They had it.
Get ready.
Relentless EU just barely come away with the interrupt in time, and Reality nearly clutches up with a triple kill to put their team 7-2. Instead, 6-3, and that lead they've masked starts to whittle away. They now have to break through this defensive backline, kitted, equipped, and ready to retake, it looks like, at B as well. Look at this. It's a very similar sort of strategy, it seems, to allowing that plant and then pushing into the retake. Cavs trying to find that scanner. Everybody connecting with the kill on defense, and everybody going down on Ascendancy. Just like Ascendancy on defense, Relentless EU absolutely swarm in on that retake. Everyone's still alive after scanner goes down. It kind of makes you it makes me wonder if it's worth doing something different. I don't know. Am I crazy? Like, I know teams do it sometimes, but maybe try to push past B, go around the back to A. That seems more dangerous, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think about these things. I know these players have. They put, in some cases, thousands plus of hours into the game. And so I'm not really going to be finding any strategy that they haven't drummed up already. Scanner does go down. Billiam trying to disrupt that back flank. Nice flash there. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Scanner somewhat defended. Reality on VR swings for the double. Finally putting one back on the board for Ascendancy.
Get ready.
Relentless EU Can only afford to let so many of those rounds through. Otherwise, like I said, we're going to a fourth map. Half health tabs allows Bambuza to win that trade. And a quick reaction coming in. William very fast on the swing here. Kawaii does go down. Tay catching a nice kill. Kawaii still trying to disrupt this duo back here, but actually does back off entirely to A, and I like to see Relentless EU playing it a little bit more conservatively, a little bit more cautiously. As I say that, Abita taking some risky peeks down that long lane. Did I not swap team names? I'm good.
Seconds
Activated.
remaining.
Oh. Big fight there for Bambuza. They need to kind of win this push here. 15 seconds. It's going to come down to them full sprinting towards objective and planting in time. And that just is not going to happen. Both get shut down by Relentless EU, and Ascendancy not able to crack through. Ascendancing doing what they do, changing up the pace. They kind of set the tone, got aggressive. Last few rounds in particular. And now we're really trying to slow things down. It's kind of throwing off, it feels like, Relentless EU, who want to stay aggressive. Do not necessarily need to. It is working for them, though. Abita catches the kill. Tay does catch tabs on the swing. Reality finds Billiam, and so actually A site opens up. Accurate in Abita in a 2v3.
Scan started.
2v2. Rover and Semtex, full HP. A bit of utility still for Abita and Accurate, and 1-for-1 trade there. Reality on VR has the health advantage in the smoke. Their location is known. Abita dips in. Reality on VR has the knife out for max speed. Abita has to get their hand on the scanner. Reality on VR swings to shut them down, and it's Ascendancy taking us to 8-4, taking us to map point. For map number 2. Played it slow. Now they're picking up the pace towards B, getting there much faster. Bambuza catches the kill on the back line too. disrupts their retake. And look at how far away this flank is from Kauai and Billiam. We'll get there eventually, and probably actually at the right time. Billiam is here. Are they ready for this duo to come swinging in? Yes, they are. Reality on VR does some damage there. The duo comes flying in with 17 seconds left. Has to get hand on scanner. Kauai picks up one. Finds two. Can't get the triple. Here we go. Here we go. Map 1 to Relentless EU. Map 2 to Ascendancy. Map 3 and 4, we don't know, but we're guaranteed at least a 4th map in this second best of 5. We went to the 5th in that first best of 5. I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow get there again. That's my prediction. I'm putting it out there. We'll see how it ends up going, if it comes true. I'm just checking in on the NA to make sure they're ready to go, because then they start in 30 minutes. North American Grand Finals in their best of 5. That's Acer versus Triple I-7. Not that you really want to go anywhere, because we're deep into a double bracket reset best of 5. One map apiece. Who knows what is going to happen next series right now. I think we're taking another break. I imagine to charge headsets or swap players out, so I will take a break as well for the voice. When we come back, it'll be map number 3 of this best of 5 for the EU Grand Finals in Season 4. Don't go anywhere. More action on the VRML Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the VRML Network. It's Season 4. It's the EU Grand Finals. It's map number 3. It's Kitty. We're going to figure this thing out. We're going to find out who our number 1 team is in the EU region. But it's taken us a while to get here, and if you're just tuning in, well, you're here in time, quite frankly. It's a tied series 1-1, and we're into our 3rd map in a best of 5, so we're guaranteed at least 2 maps ahead of us here. Nice collapse around objective. Ferdinand does get scanner planted. Semtex trying to hold down and stop the scanner aircraft alone in a 1v4. Not going to be able to do that. Accurate, and the relentless EU squad will take their first pistol round, their defensive point on the board.
Round starting.
Map 3. And again, a best of 5 here. A lot to look forward to. This is going to be interesting. I think we're going 5 maps. I really do. I think we're going to go 5 maps. I think it comes down to each team excelling at different maps. And I don't know if either team is good enough to beat the other on those specific maps. So in this case, I wonder, I can't remember who won last time in the last Best of 5, and I wish I could. Billiam here holding things down on top of objective, getting pushed by Ferdinand, who has a lot of targets in their sights. Picks up 2 there. over the top as scanner goes down, and now they're going to hold, trying to snag this second round retake in effect. Accurate, right up front and center. Tabs swinging around to the backside as their teammate as well, Avita, flying out for the double, and Tabs picks up the kill on the backside, and it's this just like that. Scanner cleared, interrupted, and 2 rounds into the pocket of Relentless EU. It is Kitty, historically defensive-sided in the competitive scene. But it sort of feels familiar, you know what I mean? Have we been here before? Accurate, trying to push up. Springs out onto Tay and trades down 1 for 1. Kawaii Angel holding right up through the middle. Gonna try and catch this rotation on Deferdamon, and does. Really nice shots. Should be a little worried about Semtex behind them, but doesn't know Semtex has gotten behind them. Is instead more concerned about the scanner going towards B, and their position very much getting given away. And now Kawaii, the only one left alive, tucked into sight, has the 1v3 in front of them. Gonna pop out for 1, tries to transfer to reality on VR and can't. Ascendancy jump in to the action after losing 2 points. It's so odd. It's so consistent. It's odd. See some fun perspectives there from Mustache Miner. I think it is a lot of firsts. It's really fun to see these teams coming in here and having such a unknown on who's going to come out on top. Ascendancy, the number 4 seed, challenging Relentless EU. 11-1 on the regular season compared to 6-4, and it's just been so great to see Ascendancy step up to the challenge in the postseason. Semtex again, creeping and crawling their way up here. Does peek out and catches Kawaii Angle, gets past that backline defense. Sneaks into the side and catches the kill. Billiam shutting down the scanner move. A lot of utility coming out, and Billiam catching another kill on the Semtex. The trio able to shut down Tay, and it comes all down to Bambuza in a 1v4. It almost worked if Billiam hadn't been there. Truly, I think you'd be seeing a very different round right now.
Round starting. Get ready.
From here, we go to, I'm guessing, Cliffside. And now I remember that this went to Relentless EU last time in the first best of 5. Because then we did go to Cliffside, and that went to Ascendancy, and then we went to that Frio map, and that went to Relentless. We very much have been here. We'll go everywhere if it's... these teams have anything to say about it. Kauai popping out for a little bit of a pick. The call that the push is coming in here, and Kauai gonna come flying in for more. Picks up 2, and that's 3 for them on the round. Can they make it 4? They can. How about 5? Tay is still alive and swinging towards Kauai. They'll pick up the full ace. It's Kauai Angel with 1 HP left, picking up 5 kills. Everybody going down. Just like that, they're the kill leader, 8 and 3. Bit of an ascendancy holding pattern. We've seen this before. Accurate going down to 1 HP. Basically a wet paper towel out there. Wet napkin, and they still find a kill. 1 HP, still doing their job, still holding down this defensive side. William winning the exchange here against Ferdinand. Accurate down to a slice of HP, and A site does get cracked open, so the rotation coming in. Hawaii's found a few kills so far this half. So they're not afraid to tack a few more on as they do push into A site. Find a few opportunities here. One trade there. Hawaii comes flying in, picks up 1, can't spin onto reality and find that kill. Accurate with 1 HP. Not going to be able to battle back reality on VR, and it's a second offensive point for Ascendancy.
Round starting. Get ready.
Map 3 in this best of 5. Ooh. Tay catching out tabs, trying to rotate out. Oh, in a battle of the peaks there as Abita tried to challenge over the top. Hawaii Angels feeling confident off of what has been a pretty impressive performance so far on the half, and they're trying to pick up more kills like they need them. 10 already on the half.
30 seconds remaining.
Push coming in on towards Billiam. Billiam pops out, doesn't find either. Quickly drops back to the support of their teammate. Accurate on the back line, coming in for a flank behind Ferdinand, who's now being pinched from all angles. Has to pop out here and will not find much success breaking through Relentless
Starting.
on that front line, and a very solid hold from this Relentless squad. Dialing it in on defense, 5-2. Trying to remember, I don't know. I think what's different here is I think we started on the different sides. Is that right? Maybe wrong. Beta just checking an ascendancy again. You don't really realize it's happening until it's happened. You know, there's a dull. I was like, wait, why aren't we shooting? What's going on? Waiting a whole 30 seconds for the push. Now trying to catch this defense on their back heels. Abita does go down. Bambuza gonna get scanner. Plant tabs. Does catch one. Tries to transfer to two and can't. Tucks back in behind the rocks for a reload. Waiting for the rest of the team to reinforce as Accurate finds Semtex. Nice flash over the top. The swing wide here from Bambuza. Accurate gonna come flying in. A nice nade connecting there. Reality on VR on the backside. Finds the double kill. A third offensive point, and that is a solid half on the attack on Kitty. We now swap sides as Ascendancy defend. Relentless EU attack. If this goes differently and Ascendancy win Kitty, I think there's a chance that they can take this series on Cliffside. Nice moves from Semtex using the smokes for cover, diving in and staying alive. Picking up a bit of utility off their downed opponents too, and trying to swing out onto Billiam. Billiam is front and center though, on top of sight, scanner in hand, trying to push up to A. Catches one, tabs with one on the backside. Nice pickup and cleaning up the rest of this defense. Tabs absolutely coming in clutch. Bambuza alone in a 1v2, and Accurate will win that fight. You don't want to let offensive points slip through the cracks like that one, so it's an unfortunate start for Ascendancy and exactly what Relentless EU wanted. Puts them into a good spot where they have a little bit of a... They can poke and prod a little bit. They can try some different strats out and see if maybe something that Ascendancy isn't expecting could work out. Relentless EU slowing things down themselves. 2-2-1 split is interesting as well, trying to keep this defense divided. Ultimately, that 2 in the middle will rotate here to A. Ooh, and Billiam doesn't quite catch the head there of Tay, but Tay does get killed eventually. Reality on VR with a slice of HP. Still in the fight. Semtex flying through the smokes. Here's Kiwi Angel, and what a good play there to catch the kill. Scanner's down, and it's a 2v3 retake now for Abita, and accurate with time ticking down because they played it slow on the rollout. They have to go straight for their scanner. They do not have time to slow crawl. It's actually pretty far away, too, and so time actually is going to end in this round. Doesn't matter if they catch all the kills. They just really need to tuck in. Reality on VR just needs to tuck in. Oh, and I'm impressed they picked that scanner up and planted it in time. There was 5 seconds left to make that play happen. Reality on VR doesn't need to tuck in. They need to make things happen with 1 HP against a Beta who's worked their way to the very back corner of sight. Reality on VR playing it quiet. Has 20 seconds. Abita hears the footsteps and dials in onto Reality. Catches a pretty big offensive point. That's 2 in a row, 2 away, and Relentless EU take us to series map, which again I think is going to be Cliffside. Nice little 1-for-1 trade on site. This is going the way of Relentless EU. Unless Semtex can do something about it in these smokes. Kawaii does catch them blind out of the backside of that smoke. Reality on VR catches Abita. It's a 2v2. Kawaii able to catch Reality, and now it's up to Ferdimon. Kawaii finds the double kill, and here we go to map point for Relentless EU. It's a best of 5 as a reminder, so we do have at least one more map after this. And I am getting word, if those of you are checking in on the NA side of things, that our broadcaster that was going to cast, Shimmy Marui, is run out of power, apparently. So we may delay that start of the NA finals until we finish here on the EU side of things, which could be a couple of maps, again, at the anticipated rate. Nice pick up there from Semtex. Scanner is down now, too. Both trying to hit each other with nades, and Kawaii going to get the better opportunity there. Ferdimon was going to hit up the flank onto Abita, but doesn't need to. And now, Kawaii Angel alone in a 1v3, trying to lock in the map W for their team.
Seconds remaining.
Tay doing some jump checks. 15 seconds left. Kawhi's going to play this down to the 5-second mark, and, well, they're going to get caught out either way. Ascendancy continue fighting here. If Ascendancy was able to take this kitty map, like I said, I think they're in a better position because I'm pretty sure they get to pick map. Or map 4. For one trades and no real push coming through yet. Billiam does catch one. The rotation call out comes in, and oh my goodness, Tay in reality on VR catch the cross out, picking off 2 on the rotation. Now they're going to cross back. That nade catches tabs. A nice toss there from Bambuza. Scanner is going to keep its way, keep going towards A with Tay. Abide as Tay catches Abida. Scanner goes down. Tab's going to try and scoop that up quick, but under pressure, they will be able to grab it.
30 seconds
And get the scanner down as well. And for how long will they survive as they drop back, getting pushed? Nice little flash there. Actually does slow Tay down. Tabs not able to fend off Tay, and the scanner interrupt with 30 seconds left going to come in. Ascendancy still fighting. Map 2 not going too shabby. Map 3, excuse me. Not going too shabby.
match point.
Nice nade there from Tay, catching Kawaii Angel. They've been a standout shooter so far. Catches another. That's a double kill for Tay on site, shutting down this push. Abida and Accurate gonna have to try to work something out, and the entire defense is here. Oh, and Abida now alone. Tay almost catches 4 there. Tries to peek out and get greedy, but doesn't pick up that kill. Reality on VR gonna find that one, and Abida goes down. A bit of a crawl back again coming in here from this Ascendancy squad. If they can, this map is big, I think. Honestly, this could be the sort of determining factor in how this best of 5 goes. I think Relentless EU are likely to take Frio, if I'm just going to guess on how things are going to turn out. The fact that they've managed to take it this close on Ascendancy is, well, they're just 2 away from taking us to overtime. Semtex not wanting to overextend too much. Bambuza watching the other side of things, dumping out some utility, and they'll catch a nice kill onto Abida there. A good lob over the top. Kawaii both pushing in. Kawaii winning that fight too against Semtex. Tay gonna have to come online here, tossing a nade up over towards site, and they catch Billiam trying to plant with that predicted nade. It's Kawaii Angel with very low HP alone in a 1v2. That was such a good read to dump that nade over the top there. Ferdinand cleans things up, and we keep it close.
Match point.
Wow. Really, again, beautiful nade tossed. Over the top for Ascendancy. It really is starting to slow down a bit here. These teams feeling each other out, not wanting to overextend. A rare opportunity for Ascendancy here to take this kitty map. They just got to stay dialed in. They've been putting up some solid defensive rounds. Scanner is slowly working its way towards B site. Oh, and Abita catches the kill. Tabs on the backside. Where's Reality on VR? They're blocked off by smoke. Scanners going towards B, and the duo here, Semtex and Reality, have a 1v5 in front of them. It's not impossible. HP bars are low. Reality on VR, ooh, gets caught out by a nade, and Semtex is alone in a 1v4. They have to clutch this to keep themselves going. They don't know where the rest of this defense is. 30 seconds left. They got to fly through. And they're going to run into some smokes. Some utility. And ultimately, a well-rounded defense in Relentless EU. A little close. And closer than I think the last best of 5 was, if I remember correctly. But I'm impressed. Almost what could have, because now again I think Ascendancy pick map. I think we go to Cliffside. So Cliffside has gone to Ascendancy every time in the postseason. They've played it twice now, because the first time they played it in their first best of 3. Second time was earlier today. I don't know if we need a timeout or a break for charging. We might. But I'll let them know that I'm ready for map 5 or map 4 as long as they are. And a quick shout out to everyone tuning in and stopping by, hanging out. I appreciate you. Really means a lot to see your support. Hit that thumbs up button if you are having a good time tuning in here. If you are coming for NA, we do apologize on the delay there. Our scheduled broadcaster, I believe, ran out of power, so that's going to be a bit of an issue if you want to stream. And we may delay the start of NA until we finish here in EU. Woo! That'll be another best of 5, and that will be single elimination, so the winner there takes all. See if anyone can beat Acer. That's the real question of NA. The question here on Cliffside as we do go into our 4th map is, will Relentless EU beat Ascendancy? Or is Ascendancy going to continue to take this map from Relentless EU as they've done all weekend? All postseason. And a nice double kill from Semtex. What was a decently stacked defense ready for the retake gets picked apart. Ooh, and a nice spin there from Tabs. They're challenging Reality on VR, and Reality misses the knife throw. 10 seconds, gets their hand on it. No, they don't stick it. Is that enough? That's going to be close. Oh my goodness, maybe less than a second there.
Round starting. Get ready.
Relentless EU come out on top. Score lines above you there for maps 1, 2, and 3. We'll just, the score is right there below you for map 4. I don't know if Relentless EUs have started with a pistol round win against Ascendancy on Cliffside. They're catching a little bit of resistance on that long-range peek. William doing a good job holding down B, making it a little less appealing to push in. Now it's just the trio. Oh, the duo on the back line. Ferdinand thinking about challenging Tabs here. Catches the elbow. Nice little pickup.
Seconds remaining.
Oh, and Abita with the double.
Round starting.
What a series we are into here. Relentless EU in the lead 2-0, but if I've ever seen or heard of a trend, it's that Ascendancy tend to pick up that third round. Very rarely have we seen it drop. Oh, and that nade nearly catches Billiam. And you can see on the overhead, A side is where the rotation is. Oh, and it was this map that I was saying that I think Relentless EU prefer to let A side get have the scanner go down. I think they prefer the retake. Bambuza cracks open with a really nice kill there. Ferdinand also picking up one is vital. Tabs looking at 2. One goes down, the smoke there, allowing them to rotate back towards site because time is ticking, so they do need to move. 3 left alive, still defending here. Bambuza does chip away at this returning defense, but they've got objective control. It's going to come down to this long rotation. Are they going to get there in time? Where's the rifle up? No, it's not. Scanner is interrupted.
Round starting. Get ready.
Relentless EU, 3-0 out the gate. Haven't seen a lot of Ascendancy not answering back on that third round. Could be an indicator of a different scoreline potentially here for Cliffside. Maybe Relentless EU beating Ascendancy. You will have to see. Relentless EU are starting off strong with an early nade. Kawaii Angel flies out for a double kill. A wonderful job there, playing tucked in and patient. They'll go down eventually to a counter nade. Scanner is planted, and Ferdimon is all that's left to hold back this push, and they find a double. Peeking over the top, looking for more. That flash doesn't connect. Scanner getting interrupted. They can't stop it. And it's going to be another. Scanner stuck. No, they don't have it in time. They get the double kill, and it still goes through. Maybe a second or two off. And Ferdimon, you can see. Hands in head. Has to shake that one off. Caught the kills. Literally is shaking it off right now. And off to B site they go. Nice work from Tay here, zoning off that defense. Ferdimon and Tay gonna double stack, swing wide here and challenge the duo. That doesn't work out too well as Tay now low on HP, and all that's left. A nice defensive retake here from Relentless EU. Ascendancy is having a hard time putting an offensive point on the board. I don't remember that being the case just the best of 5 ago.
Round starting. Get ready.
Ascendancy trying to slow things down a little bit. 5 rounds have spiraled out of their control in a very rare moment where we have not seen them answer back. And Tay picks up a nice double. Kawaii Angel looking to spring their trap. The backside of A, there's only one defender there. Billiam up close and personal to the scanner. Does catch Ferdimon, and oh my, Kawaii Angel picks up 2 on the backside as well. Scanner drops, and now Bambuza and Semtex got a retake. Thankfully, Bambuza catches the kill on the Billiam. Otherwise, that most certainly would have been Relentless EU, putting up 6 in a row right there. It still could be. Kawaii Angel 7 and 3 on the half. Very dialed in.
Scan started.
Does go down the fist. Nicely timed from Semtex. They heard the nade come out.
Round starting.
Ascendancy finally put a point on the board, but is it too late? I don't think so. I think 3 offensive points honestly puts them in an okay spot for the side swap. I think their defense on Cliffside is decent, but Relentless EU, they very much ride momentum. They are close to being crowned the EU champion. They just need 4 more rounds. And they've got themselves that custom designed in-game skin sold in the store, portions of revenue shared with the winning team. Tav's getting very aggressive here. Diving forward on defense, tucking into the edge of the smoke. Trying to apply some pressure on the Ferdimon, who does hold Scanner on this backside here. Tay. Just has to look right, and they'll see a very exposed Tabs here. And, ooh, Tabs does catch Scanner. No, doesn't catch Scanner. Catches one behind Scanner. Flies the corner. Tucks in, and A-Site does get planted on. But the retakes have been solid so far from Relentless. They've got the 4v2 advantage, and Kawaii and Tabs 10-5, 8-4. Semtex 7-6, Ferdinand 6-6. But this half going very good. A 7-1 half, a little different. And I think Relentless EU are really starting to feel that potential of taking the EU championship here, not playing out a 5th map on Frio. It could be a reality. Nice pickup there from Kawaii. Starts the retake. Oh, but right as they dropped their gun, Accurate was going to go for a utility toss. Kawaii comes flying in from the backside for a double. They go down to Semtex in a trade. Accurate finds one, pushing forward here for Reality on VR. And Reality can't pick up the double. It's going to be a Scanner interrupt, and Relentless EU 2 points away from being crowned the EU champion.
We're switching sides.
It comes down really to how this pistol round's handled. And man, it's just going to be so tough to put up a really clean... I mean, that is impressive from Relentless EU to put up that clean of a half. They're in their 3rd best of 5 this afternoon. It's impressive. Ferdinand catches a nice opening kill there. Semtex with another kill. Accurate catching Reality on VR with a nade, but Scanner is down. Accurate here getting pressured. The flash not doing much. Ready and waiting for Semtex to push in. And a 2v3. Accurate scooping up that Scanner. This pistol round puts them into a crazy spot, and Tabs finds 2. Ferdinand alone in a 1v2. Catches Accurate. Tabs at half HP. Ferdinand did a little bit more. Tabs should know where Ferdinand is. Ferdinand has Scanner down. Ferdinand here's Tabs. Not going to reload off of those shots. Is going to swing wide here and does kill Tabs. Ferdinand shaking it off, catches the pistol around, and that's big because now you go back to standard fare, and I think with rifles, defense tends to be a little bit more favored. I wonder how they're going to set up for A-Site retakes, if they're going to allow this Relentless EU squad to walk in like they did their opponent. I don't know. Looks like a little more committed to the defense here. That nade comes out and doesn't quite catch anyone. No one taking damage either. Inside A-Site. Very risky here, trying to cover all these angles. That smoke dissipates in Reality on VR. Very exposed. Billiam catches the kill over the top. Retake coming in. Scanner going down. Ferdinand gonna get swung on. Finds one. Little battle over the top of the smoke there. 3v3 as Tay reinforces. just in time for there to be a 1-for-1 trade. On the backside, Bambuza catches a kill. And so it stays 2v2. Nice swing from Billiam. Bambuza goes down. The smoke there, forcing this peek out. And I like the play, but it doesn't work. Billiam takes Relentless EU to map and series point. 8-2 on the offense. They are one round away from being crowned the EU Grand Champions. It's going to come down to a perfect 7 round in a row defensive side. Reality on VR with Tay's help certainly starts it right. Scanner does go down, and the call out most certainly coming in to, hey, get over here, help me hold this thing, defend it. Reality on VR catching tabs with a nice nade too. Tay scooping up Abita and Kawaii Angel alone. One v4. Nice nade. That's that. Tay catches the final kill.
Match point.
5 more to go to take us to that overtime where it truly becomes do or die. If Ascendancy win, they take us to a 5th map. If Relentless EU win one more round, they take the EU Championship off of a crawl through the losers bracket, the bracket reset in the grand finals, and another best of 5. I mean, it's could be a heck of an accomplishment, and they are so close to making it happen. Just one round away. Scanner in the hand of Billiam. Looking at this A site, it's juicy. It's worked for them before. They just need to make it happen one more time. And Tabs catches one. Over the top, we trade back and forth. With Scanner going down on the back line, Abita has to rotate over towards it. Ferdinand has an opportunity to catch this cross. The Scanner going back towards site. But it's actually, is this a full send back towards B? It might be a complete rotate off of site here. They might be abandoning Kawaii Angel alone to trade down, and Abita's going to try to clutch the 1v2 with Scanner planted B.
Started.
40 seconds could separate this Relentless EU squad from being crowned champion. 2 kills for Abita is all it's going to take. Ferdinand looking behind them instead of in front of them. They're not going to be ready for Abita to pop out. It comes down to the double kill, and it's a clutch. It's Relentless EU being crowned our EU Grand Champion. Woo! My heart is racing because we finally have decided who the #1 team in the EU region is. It is Relentless EU. I cannot believe it. What a heck of a comeback. A fantastic series from this Relentless EU squad crawling up through that losers bracket. The bracket reset, winning 2 best-of-5 series against Ascendancy after losing to them earlier in this postseason. I couldn't ask for truly a better EU postseason. I think one of the best ones I've tuned into, and NA has a lot to live up to, that's for sure. I believe that stream is live right now with Shimmy Marui. So if you do want more VAIL action, you can just jump on over to that one on the VRML network. But let's see if we can get things sorted here and pull in one from Relentless EU. Give me a second. Trying to see if I can pull in a couple of the Relentless EU players for a chat. Certainly would be nice. Be able to talk to one or two of them. I'm sure they're celebrating right now as we speak. Either way, congratulations to Relentless EU, our EU champions for Season 4. So great to see what was a huge comeback and ultimately Ascendancy putting up a great battle. Really loved. Honestly, again, couldn't ask for better gameplay back and forth, and for us to go to the bracket reset like we did, and for that to happen with Relentless EU on Cliffside, it shows that Relentless EU definitely deserving of that #1 spot. To be able to adapt and adjust their strategies after losing multiple times to that team on that map, they got their second chance, and they capitalized on it. They got their third chance, actually, and they capitalized on it. And it was really fun to see. So a big shout out to that Relentless EU squad. Let's see if I can... again, try and grab one of them. Let's see. Let's see if we can pull anyone in. Do bear with me, folks. Go. Got one. See. Okay, I do have Accurate and William here.
Hello.
From Relentless EU. How are you guys feeling? Accurate, I'll start with you. How does it feel to be crowned Season 4 champion?
It's actually crazy. First season I've been playing, and I win the first season I play. It's actually insane.
Hell yeah.
I got questions for you, Accurate, but William, how are you feeling? How does it feel to be that Season 4 champ?
I am buzzing. We've been trying on Poise from Season 2, or from Season 1 technically, but finally we pulled it off for Relentless EU. I'm so buzzing for it.
It was so much fun to watch, to come through that bracket reset. I mean, Accurate, tell me about like your journey here. How did you get into to VRML? How do you become, right away a season champion?
Well, I started on Breaches, was IGL in the Breaches team, won a couple seasons, and then I thought I'd give VAIL a go, and then I just picked up some good players and tried to win, and we won.
You won indeed. William, how did it feel winning that first best of 5? On that bracket reset, was it like, oh gosh, here we go again, or was it kind of like motivational?
No, we were coming in full confidence. The VC, great mental. We were all ready to slam, and we came out on top and we did it.
Yeah, again, congratulations to you guys. I mean, You guys got any like idea? Have you been thinking about this skin? You know, have you been dreaming up any sorts of what do you want it to look like? Like what are you envisioning? You know, right off the gate, off of a victory.
Do we have any plans accurate?
No,
I mean, the
no.
main thing I would want, the main thing that's in my thought process is some sort of animation, because that's just how you make a skin better. Some sort of really clean animation on it, but I don't know much else.
All right, well, we'll see what it ends up being. Either way, congratulations to both of you, Accurate and Billiam. Quick shout-outs if you have any. Accurate, you first. Anyone to shout out in the community?
Shout out Beta for winning the last round. Winners the game.
Yup.
Love to hear that. Billiam, any shout-outs for you?
Shout out to @Prodigies. I did this for him. Me and him tried on Poise for so long, and we have managed to complete it. At least one of us from the family has managed to get a VRML win.
Yes, again, congratulations, you guys. I am going to be signing off here, but a long day for you too, so well done.
Yeah.
I appreciate you playing all day today. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you all. That is going to be it for us here on the desk. You've heard it from Relentless EU. Congratulations to that team, and, well, we'll see you next season. Until then, my name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. Stay classy. VAIL VRML is brought to you by XLab,
Exclaim, Helga, the esports manager,
HyperX,
ProTube VR,
VR Cover.
Thanks for watching VRML.